Okay, mic check. Mic check. That was interesting. Mic check. Let me see if anybody can hear me. Press A1 if you can hear me. We've had to do a lot of adjustments to get this started. Press a 1 if you can hear me. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Chiggity check. Press 1 if you can hear me. Okay, we're going to get right started. We have, let's see who's in the room here. Who's in the room? Who is in the room? Kamit. Everybody's in the room. Let's give a shout out. We are started here. Okay, let's get started. We had some crazy technical difficulties, but we're going to give a shout out to everybody in the room right now. Tina D, shout out to you. And this is Chandler Bridgegate. Shout out to you. We got Kamit 101. Shout out to you. Kamit, greetings. We have RPM. Shout out to you as always. Wonderful, wonderful. We got everybody in the room today. Some new people here. We got Eric. Who's this here? We got Eric here. We got Arc Infinite. We got Deadbeat Void. Shout out to you. Everybody's in the room. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to the moderators, Saneti Amun. Let me shout out the moderators. Moderators who held the chat down during these crazy difficulties. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. We don't have moderators. We have something a little bit different than moderators. What do we have, ladies and gentlemen? We have what are called moderators. There they are. Moderators. Anki M. Maat, Nani Aset Mur, Saneti Amun, and Ahati, who held it down during these technical difficulties. Thank you, everyone, for this, for your patience. This is the Tehuti Podclass. Let me see who else is in the room. We got a lot of information. I already see questions already in. A lot of people are in here. We got Jody. Shout out to Jody. Jody there. We're going to get the moderator screen off the off here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So today we're starting at 8:22. So because we're starting at 8:22, that means we only have a little bit of time. We're going to go from 8 till maybe about 11. I feel good. It's supposed to go to 10:30, but since I started an hour or so late, we're going to go an hour or so. That's my time man right there. The only Tamahu that I completely get along with 100%. Mr. Time Man. Shout out to the people in the room. I'm going to go through the room. I want to give everybody their props. Those who hung in there. Let me go ahead and scroll down. I'm on a new type of computer here. It is small. It is different. This is not the computer bought from the funds. This is an older computer that I had. It actually doesn't do Google Chrome. So we're just... I'm making best of what we can do. We got Scribe here, Scribe. We got AJ Super Mogul. Shout out to AJ. We're doing good, family. We're doing great. We got Jody, of course. We got a lot of people. One moment, everybody. Let me go. Okay, let's get everybody in here. Moderators, make sure you go to the other room and make sure everybody's in this one. They're probably waiting for a while. But we're going to go ahead and get started right off the bat. And one moment again. Okay, welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. We are doing awesome. We are doing well. We're going to get right into the information. This Tehuti Podclass is different from anything else you've ever seen on the internet. We have a system set up where people send in questions. How do they send in questions? Well, it used to be through super chats. People who are on YouTube are very familiar with the super chats, but YouTube has banned the super chats, has banned my monetization. So now what we do is, since many people have asked me to have a one-on-one class. I did try that out for a little bit, but there was so many people that wanted a one-on-one class. I told everybody we're going to just go ahead and do an open pod class for everybody to come in from all over the world. All you have to do is follow the law of reciprocity. That means that I am here taking my time to break down information, as people say, like no other has broken down. And all I ask is everybody send in the support for the time that I am putting in. So I will go ahead and explain how this works. So let's say, for example, this is Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell sends a question in. The questions come in through PayPal and Cash App because I no longer have monetization. So at the bottom of the screen, you can see the Cash App. You're able to send in a question, send in a comment, or just send in support. For what I do, I go see the notification, and from there I answer the question. That is the Cash App right there, and let me see what else is on the screen. That is a Cash App right there. It pops up in my email, and at the bottom of the screen, that is the PayPal. The PayPal is Rocky SV. Cash App is TTO Moon. Please support with questions and support. I get notifications, and then I answer the questions as thoroughly as possible. We have a motto here. One of our mottos here is that we don't disrespect anybody. There is no drama. There is no personal attacks. You literally send in questions live or right before the class starts, and you will see the level of information and the level of quality in which I answer questions, because I am based on, my motto is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. And everybody, this is Nakash. This is Nakash right here. He is my Honduran. I get energy from many different animals, and this is one of my most beautiful ones. He is named Nakash, the name that religious people took and put in the Bible in Genesis 3 as the name of the devil in Genesis 3, but it was actually the name of the ancient Ethiopians. They were called the Nakash, but through racism, they took the name of the ancient Ethiopians and renamed it as the devil in the Bible. How convenient. But anyways, this is Nakash. On my hat is Neith. That is Neith right there. She's all the way from Zimbabwe. She is my Zimbabwean unicorn spider. And they're supposed to be untamable. They're supposed to be very aggressive. I've had this one since a baby, and I hold her in my hands all the time. Me and her communicate, and I am connected to animals even more than I'm connected to people. I trust animals more than people. People have hurt me way more than animals. I get energy from my animal brothers, and I'm here to answer questions based on facts, archaeology, anthropology, language, frequency research, sound, light, maps, dates, scientific articles, everything. No religious opinions here, no emotions here, no slander, no ad hominems. No insults, just pure information. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Pod class. Okay? Welcome everyone to the Tehuti Pod class. So for those who are asking questions, again, send your questions in and they will pop up on the screen as such. Which one is this? Here's an example of one. That's a name I can't really read, but here's an example of a question. Let me go here and how it pops up on the screen. And it pops up on the screen like this. What's this here? Okay, this is from Lotus. No question, just support. And it pops up on the screen. Now, before I start my class, we're going to start off with the affirmation. And the affirmation goes as such. Actually, what I'm going to do for everybody is I'm going to put the affirmation up on the screen, and I will say it with everyone together. Let me move this off of the screen here so everybody can see it. You can see it on the screen. That is the affirmation in Medunetter, transliterated, and in English. The affirmation goes as such. Anki Emayat ms nin tet aset Emayat min hapapet Emayat her and hukiui Per Ikut. I live from Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is the affirmation that I start my day with my goddesses, and do that affirmation before we do our rituals. Now, we're about to get into the questions. Let's take a look, because we got a lot to go through. As a matter of fact, let me see something here. Let me see something here, because I'm on this Linux thing. So let me see if I can even get to the. I should be able to get to the Gmail. This is a new operating system here, and I'm gonna do my best with it. Let's see. Here we go. Boom. Okay. So interesting. This Linux. Let me see. Sign in. And we're going to get started. We got a lot to break down. I see some questions here. Well, here we go. It's letting me get in. It won't let me get into Chrome, but it's letting me get in here. Let's see. I did a lot this evening to get this podcast working. We're going to have a good one. We're going to have an all-nighter almost. We got a lot to break down. Let's go through it. Let me see if I can get through into this. Boom, boom, boom. And let's see here. It is so interesting using this Linux thing. It asks for permission for every single move we do. Check the phone. I gotta do this. It's a complete security system here. Let's see. Oh, what it's doing here. Yes, it's me. Complete security system. Yep, that went through. This is good though. It asks for permission for every single move you make. It is interesting. Okay. All right, everyone. Let's go through it, everybody. Make sure you send in your support, your cash apps. I'm going to go back to the StreamYard, tell everybody again how it works, and then we're going to get right into the information. That is how you ask your questions. You send in the cash app, or you send in PayPal. I've been doing this for over 30 years, teaching people, 28 years or so teaching people all over America, all over Canada. And now I work off of reciprocity. People respect what I do and the time that it takes to do what I do. So therefore they support. Okay, let me go through this. Boom, boom. And let's check out some of the support that's been sent so far. Let me see. Let me go into. It's so interesting working this Linux. It's so different. Okay, we're gonna go back here. I'm gonna go into. Wow. Okay. Pod. Let's see what's sent in, everybody. How is everybody challenging me today with questions? Let me see here. Oh, this is so different. Okay, let me go here and boom. This is so different, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get used to this here. It's not the same as the regular screen here. Okay, I'm gonna go to okay, pod should get me to the Podclass notifications, but it is not. Man, oh man, oh man. Okay, so we're in third eye. So strange. Bear with me, everybody. I'm getting used to this this thing here. Yes. Okay, it's not showing me. Okay, hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Okay, so we got Lacey. I'll go to this. Volume is busy. This Linux is very interesting. Okay. I'm literally getting used to this on the fly as we do this. Okay. It's not simple like the okay, documents is documents. Okay, here's documents. Documents. So different. So different here. Okay. Documents. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'll go here, and I should be able to type in pod. And oh boy. Bear with me, everyone. This is so much different. Okay. Lacey. Unable to unmount. I don't want to unmount. One moment, everyone, here. File systems. Documents. Music. Okay, documents. Hold on, everyone. This is okay, let me ask. Is Ahati Maat in the room? Is Ahati Maat in the room? Annie, hold it. And you can put her in there. Put him back in there.
Okay.
I need my hands to try to figure this out because this is not as simple.
Down here or
anywhere? Yeah. Okay. 1 second, everyone. Ahati Maat, are you in the room? Let me go back to the room to get Ahati Maat. Ahati Maat, are you in the room, my good brother? You are in the room? Okay, one moment. I'm going to put the StreamYard link in the room. Come in for a moment while I try to get this this going here. That is your link, Ahati Maat. Pop in. And I'm going to still getting familiar with the system here because I have information and it's not as simple as okay, documents, but it's not showing the documents. Let me X out of here. Ahati Maat, pop in the room while I solve this. It'll take a couple of seconds, hopefully. I can solve this. Here we go. I can't see Ahati, so you just come in the room, please, because I'm on another screen trying to figure this out. Okay, so pod. Oh, here we go. Okay, I see it now. Wow, this is much different. So here we go. I got to it. Okay, wonderful. Let's see if we can get all of these here. Okay, here we are. We are here. I see it. And I'm going to go ahead and put this in the room. Here is the first. Okay, let me go here. Overlay. Oh, this is so interesting how this is. It doesn't give it. Oh, Ahati Maat is in the room. Ahati Maat, jump in, my brother. Let me try to figure this out because it is not. There you are, Ahati. Peace, my brother. I'm going to mute. You go ahead and talk.
What was that?
I said I'm gonna mute and get the stuff on the information on the screen. You go ahead and talk for a little moment while I get this up and running. You know, I'm visual, so I want to get everything on the screen for everybody to see.
Yeah, you may have to download a program called LibreOffice because Linux doesn't recognize Word. So, put it in an ODT file that Word documents can recognize. All right. What's up with the class? Peace to the class. Hotep. Peace to Revolution Ka. Yeah, you can build, brother. Just go to my channel, go to one of my videos, and you'll see my email there. So just hit me up in the email. What's up to the followers of Maat? Let's get some shout outs here. Let's get some good energy up here. Peace to Eric. Eric was helping me out. I didn't know that you could share the live stream while it is live, so I appreciate that, brother. Peace to Arcade Infinite. Peace, brother. AJ Super Mongol. Hotep Maat. Yes. Peace to Maurice Waller. Peace to Robert Williams. Still waiting for that connection, Robert. Hope you're doing okay. Peace to Heka Kapara, one of the best revolutionary re-evolving brothers that I know on YouTube. Peace to Jimmy B with the woman in the bikini in his meme. Peace to Jesus Marquez. I wonder if this is the Jesus from the Bible that is so highly talked about for thousands of years. I wonder if this is really Jesus in the flesh. If it is, I will convert back to Christianity. Peace to Yeet Titi. Oh, that's for Tehuti, my bad. Peace to Sineti Amun. Peace to Kamit 101. That's a great question. That is a great question. How can I put this without ending the stream? That's a great question. What I think about it, my thoughts on it is, let me just put it like this. I checked out, I would say I checked out 10 videos cross-referencing it because I already knew what's going on. During the day that they caught this guy, there was 5 other shootings going on. So 5 other shootings were happening simultaneously that weren't talked about while his shooting was. He wrote a manifesto like most do. This is one red flag. He wrote a manifesto like most do. And in the manifesto, he said that, because he wrote the manifesto like a question and answer format. So he would ask himself a question, or somebody's asking him a question, probably his small hat and long-nosed agents were asking him a question, and then he would give a supposed answer. So he said in one of his answers that he's not sure if he's an agent for the CIA, the Mossad, and he just doesn't know if he's a shill, basically. And that it's in the manifesto. So if you're interested, go look that up. So my thoughts are, it's another distraction because the whole how do I put this? The whole 2030 agenda, which uses medicine and disease, right? So I'm gonna leave it at that. Was falling apart. Yes, psyop, exactly. It's always a psyop. Was falling apart. The narrative fell apart because people look at, Gates and they like, this guy looks, he looks like he's the evil, mad scientist guy. And then you have the other Italian guy who sounds like a mafioso lying shill who, if you do research on him, he did a lot of horrible stuff to us as a people back when the whole quote-unquote HIV scare was going on, which, if you go to my channel, you'll see that I couldn't put it on my channel. I had to put it on my BitChute channel. Everything's on my BitChute channel. It's all uncensored and raw. But there's a book by Peter Duesberg called the HIV virus, or it's basically just debunking it. And I'm not going to say more because they could shut down the stream. Just go to my channel and you'll find out that in order to control massive amounts of people like this Buffalo shooting, and to get people highly emotional so that they can cause a race war that we're not even close to ready for at all. We can't even agree on one thing that's not harmful to us. So as long as it's McDonald's and Booger King and go into the NBA to watch the Black Shriner Masonic brothers shoot a ball through a hoop and get praised like the Netcharu, we don't want to hear it. So, but the government's clever because if they cause something that's very close to a war or civil war or race war, then they come out with what? They come out with the safety issue. We got to keep everybody safe. So whenever you hear these words about we got to make sure you're safe, my flags, my ears, my mind goes bing, 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 because safe means not good for you and I.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Brother Hati. Finally got it working. We are back. Thank you, my good brother. This is my light-skinned brother from another mother. He is me in another form. We're about to get into the questions that were sent in. I figured out how to do it. Let's go. Thank you, Brother Hati, for popping up on the screen. I'm gonna put you back into the chat for now so I can put the big screen, and we're gonna go ahead and answer these questions. I got the first question in. Thank you, my good brother. Peace and love.
Peace.
And thank you so much. Okay. We'll do. All right, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to get into the first question. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and share the screen. Streamers see the stream. Remember this decision. Firefox cannot allow permanent access. Okay. Wait a minute. Will you allow StreamYards to see your screen? Yes. Streamer. It asks for everything. Okay, I'm allowing. Yes, I'm allowing. Okay. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. We're about to get into the first question. And I'm sharing my screen. And here's the first question. Actually, this is from the last time. This is Anthony Jackson, also known as Heka Kepara. Hope you're in the room, my brother. Shout out to you for the very first, to begin this class's question. It was actually a question that ended the last class. I didn't have time. So the question is on the screen. Heka Kepara, why shafts in the pyramid point to Draco? Beautiful question. Why do the shafts in the pyramid point to Draco? I'm going to go ahead and look in the room real quick and see if the brother is in the room. Kepara, are you in the room? He usually is always here. And of course, before I start, I'm going to do a mic check to make sure everybody hears this answer. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Can everybody hear me? Press 1. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Press 1. Mic check. Okay, Heka Kepara. Is he here? Awesome. There you are, my brother, Heka Kepara. There you go. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. You asked a question, and this is how we answer it. Actually, I've never heard in all my time inside of the what they call the conscious community where anybody actually speaks about the Draco star constellation. Is always the three pyramids aligned to Orion, the Orion, the Sahu, the Orion, the Sirius star, the Dogons, the Sirius. I never hear anybody speak about Draco. So that question is very good. And of course, you know how I do. I'm going to be answering the question. So here we go. Let me go ahead and put the screen share on, and let's go ahead and get into this. We got a lot to break down. We're going to be here for a while today, a lot to break down for all of the questions that are asked. And here we go. We're going to go, whoa. Okay. Boom. All right, here we go with the screen share. You guys should be able to see the screen. I'm still getting used to this, so if you see the screen, let me go ahead and let's get into it. Let us get into it. Boom. Looks a little different on here. This is very interesting how this looks. I can't actually can't adjust the size. Oh, that's the only setback on this Linux. I can't can I adjust the size? Wait. Oh, yep. Looks like I can. Oh, I can. Nice. Okay. I'm still getting used to this, ladies and gentlemen. This is very interesting. It's not the same as my other computer. So here we go. All right. So let's take a look at this. Let's look at the screen. And I'm going to shrink this down once. And we're going to take a look at the screen. Oh, this is very interesting here. Here we go. Boom. So if you look at the screen right here, you will actually see where you have the King's Chamber, the Grand Gallery entrance, and Queen's Chamber. You take a good look and you'll see that these shafts and chambers are actually pointing to several different star constellations. South Temporal, there's Eternal, there's pointing to the Draco, Thuben, star constellation. Many different ones. It is not just the Orion star constellation. So let me go ahead and get into this. It's a little bit different moving the screen here. Okay, so if we magnify this, we're actually going to see over here, you see that it points to Draco, but within the Draco, there's several stars. So Draco is not a star. It's a star constellation with several different stars. And the shaft actually pointing from here goes up into Draco, through it, and goes to this one here that is today called Thuben, surrounded by Ursa Minor and Ursa Major. But here is the Thuben in between Draco, Ursa Minor, Cowcob, and Ursa Major. That is the Thuben. Here's what the inside of the King's Chamber looks like, and we see that we have the shafts pointing to Alpha Draconis, what they call Orion Zeta, all these different things. But let's find out what this is about. So we look at this, and you see that I have we have the
oh, can't see it.
Can't see it anymore.
Mm-mm.
This is hold on, everybody, 1 second. Always something, right? Always something.
This is
That's what you see?
yes.
Amazing. Hold on a second. Let me I don't know why that would be. Let me click on this again. Let me see what it looks like on the screen. Did it change?
No, this is what's going on right now. Oh wait. It may, because it's a little delayed.
1 second, everybody. It's always
Still not sure.
not showing still.
No.
Amazing. Amazing and strange. Let me see what's going on here. Let me try this again. I'm going to stop the screen. Always something here. Screen share. Screen share. Share screen. Windows share screen. Select screen. StreamYard Mozilla. Entire screen. Let's see. Share screens with sites you trust. Okay, let's see how this is now. Okay, should be my entire screen sharing now. Press 1 if you can see the screen. Did anything pop up on the screen?
Oh yes.
Okay, boom, we are here. Oh, this Linux is challenging. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's take a look again. And we're going to zoom in and go over this and take a look. Here we are. So back to the screen here, we see the King's Chamber points to Draco, through Draco onto a star that today is called Thuben. Okay, so why is this pointing to the Draco star constellation through Draco into an actual star, which is Thuben? Because Thuben is relatively an inconspicuous star in the night sky of the northern hemisphere. It's historically significant as being the North Pole from the 4th to the 2nd millennium BC. Traditionally, the name Thubens derived from the Arabic snake, and they do that because if you look at the Draco star constellation, you'll see that it is in the shape. I'll blow this up a little bit. You'll see that it is in the shape of a snake, thus getting the name that they have there in Greek, the Draco from Draconian, representing a reptilian, a reptile, and then Thuben, a snake. But you'll see that in the 4th to 2nd millennium BCE, this was a North Pole, a northern pole star. What is that? Well, let's take a look. Boom, boom, boom. I'll move this over and go back over here. So these stars that were northern stars, actually were called circumpolar. So circumpolar star constellations are constellations that never set below the horizon when seen from a particular location. So because they're circumpolar and they never appear to set below the horizon, they appear to be constantly seen. The term circumpolar refers to constellations and stars that are circling the north and south celestial poles without ever dipping below the horizon. All circumpolar star constellations are found near the celestial poles, and due to their proximity to the poles, they never disappear from view. So, to the Kemetians, this was called the Ekimsek. The Ekimsek in the pyramid text, and the Ekimsek translates to as one's not knowing destruction. So in Kemet, these stars represented the great swallows, and we're going to get to that, why the great swallows, those are birds. Thuben and other North Pole stars at different times were constantly seen in the sky, thus representing eternal immortality. So why is it pointing to the Draco star constellation? Because through the Draco star constellation is a circumpolar stars, one of them bright one being Thuben. So that means that every time the people in Kemet during this time period looked up at the sky, they would see this star or these sets of stars constantly, and they never dipped below the horizon. So thus they appear to be immortal, or they were constantly shining, because the Kemetian pharaoh, or the Potter EE, his goal was to become the ever-shining Ku, or the ever-shining star, the ever-shining bright one, was to have his illuminated body, his etheric body, his bioenergetic double, the etheric body, to constantly be shining, representing consciousness in the light land world, the world of light. In the afterlife, they found stars that symbolized the importance of this pharaoh's journey, which was for himself to become a Ekimsek, or one of the Thuben stars, or one of the immortal stars that were constantly shining, representing everlasting life. So this takes us into the antechamber north wall. So the antechamber north wall, as you can see on the screen, is coming from the pyramid text. The pyramid text, or the text of the Mir Aku, is the oldest known spiritual writing of the afterlife on the planet Earth, which means that prior to the pyramid text, or the text, the Medu of the Mir Aku, there was no one on the planet speaking of any type of guided path that your soul would take into immortality. Of course, this developed every single religion, every single monotheic religion, except for parts of Judaism that don't acknowledge the afterlife. But of course, Christianity, Islam, and the form of Judaism that believes in the Jesus Christ and the Revelations book all stems from information coming from this, which means that whatever God that you appear or claim to believe in gave no information on the planet to any of those ancient cultures, whether they be the ancient people of Adam and Eve, as they claim, or any of those ancient people. They got no information on the afterlife. It was in the pyramid text that this information came from. So for some reason, the God of the Bible did not make the afterlife information privy to anybody on the planet for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Meanwhile, bestowing information to the Kemetians about the afterlife. So we're going to go into the utterance 302. Utterance 302, line 458 in the antechamber north wall that goes left to east, so east to west. Serene is the sky. Soptet. That's where they got Sheba from. Queen of Sheba was actually a star, Soptet, the brightest star. I did classes on that already, but this is the brightest star in the Sirius star constellation, the bright star that we see. They call the dog star, but the Soptet lives and shines, for it is Unas. Unas was the pharaoh at the time. Indeed, who is the living star, son of Sothis. Sothis is the Greek mutation of Soptet. So Unas, the pharaoh, his goal is to be like these immovable stars. The two Enneads, Enneads is the Greek word for 9. The word there in the Medunetter is the Paut. It is the origin 9, or the Peset Jed. They are called the 9, and the two of the 9 have purified themselves for him as Maskitiu, the Great Bear. So there's that star constellation of the Great Bear, the imperishable stars. So there it's describing these stars that the Kemetians would see as imperishable because they were circumpolar and they were always seen, so thus they appear to be imperishable. The throne of Unas, which is on the earth, will not be destroyed. So this is all about symbolism of immortality to the people of the Nile Valley. The humans are the Rem Tiu, hide themselves. The gods fly up. Sabtit has let Unas fly towards the heaven amongst his brothers. The Nitiru, Nut, the great, has uncovered her arms for Unas. So it's all about a spiritual journey, symbolically moving upwards, which is one of the reasons why the Aku, or what they call the pyramid, is shaped in a triangle shape. It represents steps called the Maquette, moving upwards to the pinnacle peak, representing immortality. So then we get into line 747. Stand up, remove thy earth, shake off thy dust, rise thyself up. This is the out-of-body experience, or the experience that each and every person wants to have after death. You actually don't have to wait for death for this, but this particular part right here is speaking about physical death. You're standing up, you're removing the earth. That means you're leaving from the earth domain. You're shaking off the dust. You're raising yourself up as a voyage with the spirits, because that is what the word Ka means. The word Ka in Medunetter is the word for spirit. The word Ka really means the lofty ones. The lofty, the ability to rise or ascend. It is the word Ka, and it means to rise or ascend. The etheric, energetic template that becomes the Ba. The Ba is the one that actually is able to leave and fly away, symbolically. It's really echoing. Thy wings are those of the falcon. This is why the falcon was so significant in Kemet, and it represented Heru, because Heru was called the Bak. The Bak, that is the golden falcon, and the root word of Bak is Ba, and Ba is the soul that's drawn as the falcon that flies out, that is also called the golden one, the light energy that flies out of the body upon death. Thy brightness is that of a star. So here we have the symbolic soul being associated with the star. No enemy will bend over Unas. The heart of Unas will not be taken. His heart will not be carried off. Unas, the great one, with the uninjured Wurret crown, equips himself with the firm iron shining limbs, voyage over the sky marsh of reeds to make his abode in the marsh of offerings among the imperishable stars in the following of Osiris. So let me shrink this down to show this all together. So there it is right there, and that is the reason why the shaft points to the Draco star constellation, because within that star constellation were the circumpolar stars called the Ikemu, Sek, which were the imperishable stars, representing the pharaoh, or the Par-Ii's goal to become Asahu, which is the indestructible body, the imperishable one. Okay. Now, Well, I'm going to continue more because now this is the inside of the pyramid. This is the inside of the oldest book on the planet. The oldest writings on the planet was actually this step pyramid right here that they call a pyramid. And here we are inside of it in one of the chambers. And this is how it looks in one of the chambers. When we zoom out, we get to the other part of the inside and the outside. That's what it looks like. And then we get into the line 12:15 that says, opened his way like fowlers, exchange greeting the lords of the cause, went to the great island in the midst of the marsh of the offerings, on which the netter caused the swallows. See, there's the swallows. That's the African, what they call the African swallow, that image that I have there beside it. The swallows to alight. The swallows are the imperishable stars. So the Ikemsek were not only the stars, but they were also associated with this little bird here called a swallow. The bird that you put in front of a word that means great, the way you pronounce this bird in the Medu Neter is Or. So it's the imperishable stars that give Unas the tree of life. Here is, ladies and gentlemen, your first mention on the planet Earth, spiritually, of a tree of life. So whenever anybody talks about the tree of life, they must take you to the context of the people that created it, and that was the Nile Valley people inside the Saqqara pyramid, which has your first mention of the term of a tree of life in any form of spiritual sense representing immortality. So what they do, ladies and gentlemen, this day and time, is they grab terms from Kemet, they grab terms from ancient people, and then they disregard the context of what the ancient people taught about to get you away from the original culture. But they take little keywords that trigger you, like tree of life, but they don't tell you the tree of life is the Ikemsek and the imperishable stars, which are the swallows that give life. They don't give you the context about it so they can start their own new age agenda spirituality. But no, if you're going to say tree of life, if you hear anybody talk about the tree of life, tell them to please source in ancient culture where they got that predates the pyramid text. So here is your origin of the tree of life. They give to Anas the tree of life wherefore they live, that Anas may be at the same time to live thereof. And here is the Or right here. Let me shrink this down. There is the Or birds that are unified. They're great in size and continuous. And I'm going to expand this to move over to the dictionary over here. I'm over here on page, this should be page 170 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, and there is the little swallow. It is called great, much superior, greatness, great in size, great piece of flesh from joint, great man, great God, great chief, great eldest son. I want to actually throw in something here, something that me and my goddesses were talking about that actually dropped some jewels on one of my goddesses. Actually, all three of them were listening, but one particularly, we were talking about the matrix term grandfather and great grandfather. That seems like a regular term, but in actuality, it's an illogical term that makes absolutely no sense. The actual term of a great father actually came from this concept of this Or, this great man. You see this man with a cane, the great God, the great man, or the great Atef, the great father, was somebody who earned a spot to be great, to be grand. You don't become grand just because your daughter or son has a son. That doesn't make you grand. You have serial killers, you have rapists, you have child molesters, you have people that are strung out on crack, unfortunately. And yes, they have sex, and then their son or their daughter has sex. They're not a great father because they're not a great grandfather. Okay, so those terms were actually taken out of these terms where you had to earn to be called the Or Tef, or the great father, or the great man, or the great woman, and the little bird was put in front of your main name only if you earned it. The actual term for so-called grandfather was Tef Tef, and that was the father of the father. Or you could have Tef Mut, which is the father of a mother, which means that your daughter or your son now has a child. But you can see the illogics when they create the term great grandfather, because they always stop at a certain number, because they say grandfather, great grandfather, great 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 great. If you actually count the amount of greats and go back to when we started, when Homo sapiens started around 250,000 years ago, you'd be saying great about 8 trillion times. Great 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 great. Keep going back. So it actually makes no sense. I just want to throw a little tidbit, that little piece in there, because just little terms that throw people that don't really make sense. You become great because you earn it. When your child does good at school, you say great job because he earned it, not because he had sex with somebody and that person had sex with somebody. But so here it is, the great man. This was also the terminology Heru Or. Heru or the great Heru. It represented these birds that were called the great, but they were actually very, very tiny. They were extremely small little birds. So why were they called the great? We're going to actually get into what the Kemetians saw with this little African, this little Nile Valley bird that was tiny, smaller than almost all the other animals, but yet this was the word for great in size. And let's see if I can get to it here. And I'm going to go ahead and play this here for everybody to see. And this is what the Kemetians saw. I wonder what kind of players in this. Here's what the Kemetians saw right here. I'm going to blow this up. Let's see if I can expand this. There. Okay. And here's what the Kemetians saw. These were the little swallows that were great because they were completely unified, never bumped each other, never hit each other. They could be several meters away from each other, and when one turns left, the other one turns left at the total opposite side, and all together they actually form this beautiful, huge-looking animal that actually scares away their predators. And so they were seen in every direction, called the Or, and here is the image video of them.
It's awesome the sound they're making.
Mm-hmm. So as you can see, there are hundreds of thousands of birds. None of them are hitting each other. None of them are hitting each other. They all know when to turn. This was a symbol to the ancient Kemetians of complete great unification. One of the most unified images that you'll ever see animals do together are these hundreds of thousands of swallows being protected. That means when a hawk comes or a bird of prey comes, the bird of prey gets knocked down. It can't penetrate these thousands of swallows that are small enough to be eaten by several different animals, but altogether it looks massive and huge and actually scares away animals in the air from even trying to attack them. Okay, so I want to go ahead and get back to the screen here. Get back to the screen, stop screen. Okay, and there is the answer to you, my good brother. Question number 1 answered. That is how we answer questions here at the Tehuti Podclass. Yes, much different than other places you may go where people just fly from the top of their head and make up Draco is Draco, and that's why Drake has an owl and sees Kemetic. You know, anybody can do those kind of things, but in reality, it takes a lot of research, it takes information, and it takes discipline. I want everybody to hear that are my students to be the same type of quality when they teach people. So that is your first question. Let's see what Kepra says about that answer. Kepra says that explanation was priceless. Nobody has or can address this. Mucho thanks. You are very welcome, or as we say in the Medu, Nini Uk, or Nini Uk. We actually put the little small bird in front of Nini Uk, and it's a man with a woman or man with his hands out, and it means you're welcome. It means I'm receiving you into me. Well was health, and come. That's what welcome actually meant, and it was Nini Uk, the man with his hands. So or Nini Uk, you're very welcome. I'm glad that you appreciate the answer. That's just question 1. That's how we do it here at the Tehuti Podclass. We got Cash Peden. The Shade says dropping. Cash Peden is lighting the chat room up on fire. Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. We got more. We're going to be here. I told you, this is 90 Mer says, wow. I told you Heka kept around. Mind-blowing answers. I guess that's Nani's favorite thing to say. Okay, wonderful. And let's go ahead and to all those just came in the chat room, thank you very much. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I'm here to answer questions. No drama, no insults, no ad hominems, nobody's personal life discussed. This is the only YouTube channel that I've ever seen that you can come and just get straight, pure information for 3 hours or more. Pure information with no screaming, no yelling, none of that. We ask you to ask questions, seek Maat. The way that you do so is you support by sending the Cash App to TT Amun. And then I get the notification. From the notifications, I see the questions. This is my AI moderator up on the screen. I don't know if you see her yet, but the AI moderator will be pointing up, and she's saying support and donate. Let me see what happened to her. But I have moderators, live moderators, and then I have my AI moderator. This sister right here should show it in a moment. I'm not sure why it's not showing it, but what? Show. There she is. Support with Cash App, TT Amun. I have the Cash App, and I also have the PayPal. This is how you show support. You send questions in, or you just send a donation to help support what it is that I'm doing by spending hours and hours putting together these answers. Some of them asked right there on the spot. Thank you for the appreciation. The commercial is over, and now we're going to get into the next question. This is how we do it here. Let's take a look at the next question. Let me remove the AI moderators. Speaking about the moderators, these are the Maatorators here. Shout out to them, named by an individual named Stranger, who actually named them. Maatorators. We have Unki M. Maat. We have Nani Aset Mer and Seneti Amun. Unki M. Maat, Nani Aset Mer, Seneti Amun, and the unofficial moderator is Ahati. These are the people that you ask questions to as far as my latest debates, appearances, future debates, emails, books, how you can support. Speaking of books, these are the books that you can actually get of mine. They are PDF. This is Melanin Dark Consciousness, 33-page PDF packed with information that you get sent to you within minutes. If I am here in the Podclass or online, it gets sent to you within minutes or a couple of hours, depending on what time of night you send the inquiry. You can send the inquiries to my email, which will be put in the box at the bottom. This is the other this is the most popular one, Stepping Out of the Matrix, Secrets of the Ages, Volume 1. Very interesting information, breaking down information all the way from the Ptolemies to dark consciousness, breaking down the fish image, the Hunab Ku, the measurement of the pyramids, and why 1.73, which is the square root of 3, was used as a mathematical code that was placed in the Bible for the amount of fish that Jesus gave his followers. All type of information broken down in here. You will love it. Inquire on how to get it. With that being said, the commercials are done, and we're now going to go into the next question. Let me see if I can get to it, because this is I'm using a new operating system. And oh, here we are. Wonderful. Here it is. The next question. What does it say here? And they put this up on the screen. Let me see if I can. Let me see something here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to see if. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna play with that, because I'm not gonna do that there. Let me go ahead and put this up on the screen. Screen share. Share screen. And StreamYard. Allow. Can you guys see the screen? I'm going to put something on the screen. Tell me if you can see it. Right there. If not, I got to do this again. It's I don't. Is it showing the screen? Is it showing Philip?
Not yet.
Okay, let me start over again, because this is
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Let me start over again. Stop screen. Okay, screen share.
Okay.
Boom. Screen sharing. Okay, boom. Oh, select screen. This entire screen. Here we go. This computer is so security protected that every single thing I do, it asks me if I want to do it. So here we go. Here we are into the question here. And the question, there's two questions actually. Let's see if there's brothers in the room. This is Philip. Shout out to Philip if you are in the room. Can everybody see the screen? Shout out to Philip if you are in the room. And he asked a question here. What does he ask here? He asks, is the screen showing Philip?
Yes.
Okay. He asks, where is the info on the real 42 laws of Maat? Very, 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 very good question. This is actually going to be a two-part question, because Nito Campbell also sent this question here from Nito Campbell. I'm going to blow this up on the screen. There it is. Nito Campbell says, who is Akit Hotep? So this was an unanswered question from before, and then a new question in, who is Akit Hotep? Shout out to Nito Campbell. And the other question that came in, which actually ties into it, is from Philip. Shout out to Philip, who says the real 42 laws of Mahat. Very interesting, because it was actually just a debate on Sonetter that was actually pulled down. It was between Judah Nazareth and Chris Harris on Sonetter. It was recently pulled down, and I think played live on his other channel. And it was Maat versus the Torah. What is better? For those moderators in the room, go ahead and put the original debate, which was my debate with the same guy, Judah Nazareth. It's on Ahati's channel. Put that link if you can find it.
Which debate?
Judah Nazareth versus Tehuti. So go to the Ahati one. I want Ahati to get the views. It's on another channel, but find it on the Ahati one. And that was my debate originally, where I destroyed Judah Nazareth. He went on Sunday.
Okay.
Ahati can find it. Ahati knows where it is.
Okay.
Good. So I went there, smashed Judah Nazareth on the topic, and he came on Sonetter, got smashed. And actually, the topic was about the laws of Maat, and the question of the 42 laws of Maat kept coming up in that conversation. I hear about it a lot. Everybody kind of hears about this topic here, the 42 laws of Maat. I'm going to do another mic check in the room to make sure everybody hear me. Press A1 if you can hear me. Press a 1. I'm going to stop the screen for a minute. Press a 1 if you can hear me. 1 1 1 1 1. And Ahati, put the link in the room of where you have my debate with Judah Nazareth. There is the man that named the moderators right there. Boom! Stranger, the first to press A1. There is the man. Shout out to the new people in the room, such as here's the new name, Kelly Tusi. Shout out to Kelly Tusi. I've not seen you before, but shout out to you. Shout out to Kinetic energy, if you're in the room, I don't know if kinetic energy, he says Saw put it up late. He actually must have just re-put it up because it was up. I was watching it, and then it got taken down. And Sonetta was explaining that somebody flagged it, so it must have got taken down. I guess as a Chi 2 ATL, it got put back up. That's good, wonderful. That debate is hilarious, and Judah Nazareth is man. He is definitely a character, and he wants to be a character. So that's not even an ad hominem. He actually wants to be a character, and he does a very good job of being that character. He's very successful at that. As far as debating, not too well, but as far as being that WWF character, he is hilarious and strange. Okay, so who's in the room here? Okay, shout out to What's Red. That's another student of mine that I've taught over 28 years ago. So I've been doing this for a while. Shout out to Wes Retz, who refound me on the Killer Priest podcast when I was on there. Shout out to you. And shout out, yes, Chi, yes. I'm glad it got put back up because the one that went up on the Black News 102 was actually bad quality. So the voice was not matching the movement. So I'm actually gonna go watch that now that it's up for real again. Judah Nazareth is hilarious. I had a very fun time beating him in our debate. He is a character of characters. Okay. So here's the video title on my account. So what you do, Ahati, just if you can go to your YouTube account, click on the copy and paste the link and just set it in the room. Okay. All right. Let's get into it. We got a lot of questions to cover. Everybody send your questions to the Cash App, to the PayPal. And I will be sure to answer them as soon as I can in the class. If I get to the end of the class and can't, then I will answer them for the next week. Let's see this question though. Here it is. A question from those two. The laws of Maat. Everybody here familiar with? Oh, you can't post links. Okay, no problem. No problem. So moderators, you can go to that Judah Nazareth loses judge debate versus Sekhmet. Go to Ahati's channel, copy the link, and you all put the link in the room. He posts some interesting info though. Yep. I mean, man. A lot of interesting stuff. It's just it's fun though. It's fun. I've given up on being having really bad feelings about Judah Nazareth. He's really a character, and I have a feeling that I will come across him again on Sonetta, and Sonetta is going to probably put us up against each other again, and that'll be fun again. Okay. Shout out to Desmond. Shout out to you. Haven't seen you, and shout out to you. I love all the new people in the room. Eric, don't worry. The moderators are on deck. They are sharp. They will find the debate and they will post it. Let's get into the answer to this question here. Let me go ahead and do the screen share. Boom. Screen share.
I think I found
Okay. Entire screen. Here we go. And allow. Entire screen. Oh, it's not allowing permanent. Hold on, everybody. This computer is too protected. One moment. Okay. Share screen. Let me get this off the screen. Wow. Don't allow. Okay, no problem. Share screen. Share. This. Your browser has blocked your screen. Click the screen icon in your address bar to allow access. Yo. Hey, man, this is the screen icon. Come on, everybody. What in the world is this now? Share screen. Your browser has blocked your screen. Click the screen icon in your address bar to allow access. Where is everybody? Unless you're using this type of computer for your bank account, do not get this Linux. This is like the most security blocking social media trackers. This is crazy, everybody. Verified cloud. Where's the screen icon? Oh boy. Hold on, everybody. What screen icon? Yo, man. StreamYard. Oh man, hold on, everyone. This is strange. It says, okay, share screen. Here we go again. Share screen. Your browser has blocked your screen. Click the screen icon in your address bar to allow access. What screen icon? You have blocked website from sharing. Let me click on that. Okay, here I am. Permission blocked. Wait, allow temporarily. This is so. Let's try it again. Here we go. The Linux. This is man. You can throw your whole bank on here. You'll be safe, ladies and gentlemen. You will be safe. Okay, here we go. Select entire screen. Allow. Here we go. Okay, we are back. We are back. We are back. Oh, thank you. Nanya Setmer put it in the room here. Thank you for finding that. And there is the is that the one to a hati though? That's a hati?
Yes.
Okay, good. It's not the other channel, right? No, okay. All right. Shout out to Maurice. Shout out. Okay, let's go ahead and get to the question here. So as you can see, there's the question, boom. And there's the other question. Is the question showing up on the screen?
Yes.
Should say Philip. And now this one should say Nito Campbell.
Yes.
Good. Shout out. So here is the answer. Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. Here is what happens when you go to look up the 42 laws of Maat. What do you see? We see a bunch of memes. Here's one. The laws of Maat. 42 laws of Maat. Here's another one. I will not do wrong. I will not steal. Here's another one here. The 42 ethical covenants. The 42 ethical covenants of Maat. Here's another one. The covenants. That's what people do. Instead of researching actual information, they try to create new things. 42 negative confessions of Maat. So this is what happens when you actually look up the 42 laws of Maat. This one will pop up on your Facebook. And I have here the new mentality of the conscious community is unfortunately created and based on internet memes and non-primary sources and claims. The lazy refusal to source information has been led to the changing of words, as we see to the left. As it says here, I will not, or the 42 covenants of Maat, to calling them confessions of negativity, anything but going to what the people of Sekhmet said themselves. As a matter of fact, I did a Google search accumulation. So when you look up the negative confessions, 42 negative confessions, Papyrus of Ani, look how many. It's over 1.6 billion. 1,690,000,000 actually. Look at the 1,690,000,000 search results. That's how many search results are on the wrong name. 1,690,000,000 search results on 42 negative confessions. And there's nothing in Kemet called the 42 negative confessions. There's nothing in Kemet called the 42 laws of Maat. There's nothing in Kemet called the covenants. There's nothing in Kemet called any of these things. But yet, this is more popular than the search for the actual name of the item. Okay, now let me go ahead and shrink this. Boom. Go back here. And we have here, actually, let me go back here and go here. That's better. So then we have this next one here, 42 divine principles of Ma'at. All these different terminologies are nowhere found in any Kemetic writing. There's nothing about 42 principles. There's nothing about the covenants. There's no negative confession. None of these names and titles. So let's get to it. Now this is where it all stems from. This is the plate. This is plate 30 of the Per Haru called the Pekka Mku, which is to separate yourself from negative light consciousness. That was purposely distorted into being called the laws of Ma'at. I'm going to blow this up a little more. And there it is right there. To be said, when one coming into the hall of this double Ma'ati, Pekka Mku, they have separate from sins, which has done and of seeing the God of every face, of all the faces. So this is the Pekka Mku in the Purim Haru, and here's where it comes from. Here's where it comes from. This is on page 95 of the Book of the Dead. Not have I done wickedness in the place of Ma'at, not have I known evil, not have I acted wickedly, not have I done each day and every works above what I should do, not have I come forth, not has come forth my name to the boat of the prince, not have I despised the netter, not have I caused, and it goes on, and there's actually 42 of these declarations of innocence. Never in Kemet was this called the laws of Ma'at. Here is the plate of where Ani and his wife, his mate Tutu, are being led to Osar. Over here, I'm going to shrink it down a little bit. And this is the plate that those 42 declarations of innocence come from, which have nothing to do with any kind of laws. As a matter of fact, the word law is found on page 831. It's tepret. Tepret is law. So as we see from the people of the Nile themselves, there's nothing in this writing about laws. The word for law is tepret. We see it is nowhere mentioned in plate 30 of the Per Haru. There were instructions and laws of Ma'at. As we see here, the tepret, ordinances, decrees, rules, customs, course of law. Tepret Hippu. That's the course of law. One moment, everybody. Okay, come here, Nakat. Let go of the jar. Okay. Nakash is running around the living room floor. Hey, Nakash, say peace to everybody. Nakash has gotten out the enclosure and he's running around. Okay, so this is the tepret. The tepret. So nothing in here about 42 laws of Ma'at. Where does the actual laws or the instructions, because the same word for law is actually the instruction. Where does it come from? Oh, let me do something here, everybody. Boom, boom. Okay, so here is Akit Hotep. Here's where these laws are coming from. This is actually the son, and we're going to get into the son and the father because Nito Campbell's question was, who is Akit Hotep? There was Ptah Hotep the father, Ptah Hotep the son. There was different Ptah Hoteps. Akit Hotep and his son Ptah Hotep were the senior royal officials during the reign of Jedikare in 2414 to 2375 BC, and Unas at the end of the 5th dynasty. Akit Hotep served as the vizier, judge, and supervisor of the pyramid, the Mer-Aku cities, supervisor of priests. Those titles were eventually inherited by Ptah Hotep with his tomb. So there is Akit Hotep. The principles and laws of Maat, the oldest of them, can be found with the family of the Akhet Hotep, Ptah Hotep, particularly from Ptah Hotep, who started writing when he was 110 years old. So here is Akhet Hotep, the father of Ptah Hotep. And here we're going to get into the real laws of Ma'at and where they come from, the instructions of Ma'at, known as the oldest instructions on the planet, the oldest moral instructions on the planet, the Maxims of Ptah Hotep. Of course, this can be found on Wikipedia, it can be found in the British Museum, but we're going to go ahead and read this. The Maximum of Ptah Hotep, or instructions of Ptah Hotep, is the ancient literary composition based on the Vizier Ptah Hotep's wisdom and experiences. The instructions, let me shrink this down a little bit. Blow it up. I wish I could control the. Composed by the Vizier Ptah Hotep around 2375, 2350, during the rule of, as we said before, Zedikare Izizi, 5th dynasty. The text was discovered in what they call Thebes in 1847 by the Egyptologist M. Prissy. The instructions of Ptah Hotep are called wisdom literature, specifically under the genre of instructions that teach something. There are 4 copies of the instructions, and the only complete version, Papyrus Prissy, is located in the Bibliotheca Nationale in Paris, according to William Kelly Simpson. And remember that name, William Kelly Simpson. Some scholars debate that the instructions of Ptah Hotep were written during the 12th dynasty, Middle Kingdom. Earlier copies of the text were altered to make them understandable for the Egyptians of the New Kingdom. The text presents a very good picture of the general attitudes of that period. Instruction of Ptah Hotep addresses various virtues that are necessary to live a good life and how to live according to Ma'at, which was important to the part of the Egyptian culture. So where can this be found? We have the full one in the Bibliotheque in Paris. And then we have, if you want to look up the British Museum, here it is right here. British Museum. This is it right here. Oops, sorry. British Museum 10509. And there is the instruction. There's the actual instruction right there. Oops, sorry. Of Ptah Hotep. That's the beautiful thing about our culture, ladies and gentlemen, is that our ancestors leave things behind because they're physical beings. Every physical culture leaves a physical thing behind. This is why you can't find anything left behind from a Moses, because he didn't exist. Nothing left behind from an Abraham, because he didn't exist. Nothing left behind from a Jeremiah. Nothing left behind from an Ezekiel and Enoch. All of these book writers in the Bible, and not one book left behind that dates back to their time from them, whereas cultures right around the area have all type of papyruses and stones left behind because they actually existed. Here is, and we're inside the tomb now, and here's an example of some of the laws of Ma'at that I apply to my family. So here is Ptah Hotep. Look at this young handsome man. He actually looks like one of my sons. Doesn't he look like young Cobra? So this is Ptah Hotep here, and here is some of the rules, and this is what I actually use. This law of Ma'at I use in my debates and my conversations. You should disparage his belligerent speech by not exposing him and his vehemence. As a result, will be that he will be called boorish, and your control of temper will have equaled his babble. So when you watch my debates, you'll see that no time in my debates do I ever get angry. I actually let the opponent get angry. Every opponent that I've debated, almost every single one, has gotten vehement and very angry while I sit there with a smile on my face. And at the end of the debate, I win because I never ad hominem. I never do any of those strange things. I let them do all the craziness. Let me get some water. I let them do all the misbehaving. And some of the people, I was in a debate with Vocab Malone, and I had Christians in the room saying, I'm with Tehuti because of his attitude. I don't necessarily, the Christians telling me it. I think it was Nania, a Christian was saying, I'm a Christian. I don't particularly agree with Tehuti, but I appreciate his calmness and I like his side better because of his calmness. Something to that effect. And that is coming from me living the laws of Maat spoken of by Hotep. Okay, here's another example. This time I put the metanetter, source the metanetter. So here's Hotep again, 2375 BCE. And here is the metanetter on top. And it says, don't inflate. This is another thing that I use and I teach my goddesses. I teach my children this laws of Maat. Very, very important because it stops a lot of debates. It stops a lot of emotional arguments. Don't inflate your ego on account of your learning, nor drive your mind behind this or that teacher. Inquire of the unlearned as well as the learned. The pinnacle of art is never attained, and there is no craftsman whose skill is flawless. Rarer is fine speech than malachite, yet it may be found among the women at the grindstones. So what is this saying? This law of Ma'at that I live is a lot of times people in the room say, thank you, Saba, you're the master teacher. And I turn around, I thank them and call them Saba because Saba means a teacher and the pupil. So just as I have all of this information and knowledge, I say this every time. If one of my goddesses or somebody has their car needs work, something is wrong with their car, and we go to the mechanic down the street, when he's looking at the car, I am the most quiet, humble man. Why? Because I'm not a mechanic. When I go to the dentist and the dentist is talking to me or my son or my goddess or any of us about our teeth, and they've been studying dentistry for years, I stay silent. It doesn't matter if I have all this information. My ego never meshes the information I have with somebody else's mastery or knowledge of a topic. If I'm around Tiger Woods and I want to learn about golfing, I could know about the creation of the universe, the sun, Ptah Hotep, the Anunnaki, but guess what? I don't know about golfing. So you be humble when you're around those that can teach you. They may even seem unlearned. They may seem unlearned. But even the unlearned can teach you a lesson. You can listen to somebody who's unlearned and they don't know about a particular topic. You may see a homeless person on the street who may have advice on how he became homeless and how not to be that. So he made particular mistakes or she made mistakes in their life. And then you say, well, what did you learn from that? They tell you what they learned, but they can't go back in time and repair it. But they tell you, guess what? You're not homeless yet. You can actually stop that from happening. You learn that valuable lesson, and it doesn't matter who it's coming from. If it is wisdom, it is wisdom. These are the laws of Ma'at. It keeps you, as they call it, humble, but it keeps you calm. Here is more, and then I'm going to give the source of where you can get this. So here is more. Loathsome is he who oppresses the lowly. And this is a little blurry. Work out the way in which you want, as scourge with the I can't read that. I see it in Meta, but I can't read the English. Let me go down here. Okay, here's what I wanted to actually focus everybody on, was the one that I circled or squared. Search yourself for every flaw thoroughly. Search yourself for every flaw thoroughly. That's the one I actually wanted to focus on. You search yourself for every flaw thoroughly. What does the one at the bottom say? Until there exists in your compartment no faults. So therefore, before you speak to anyone, before you speak to people about their faults, this would stop a lot of arguments, a lot of gish galloping, drama, gossip. Is imagine before you spoke about what Shaquanda was doing, what Tyrone was doing, you actually had to spend the time to search for the faults in your character. You wouldn't have time to say, well, yeah, you know what I heard about such and such, she's doing that. I know that person should have been doing that. You wouldn't have time for that. Why? Because you're spending time searching for your faults. I disappeared for several years doing that, searching for flaws in my knowledge, and wouldn't speak, and I went into hibernation mode, and I came out as a better teacher. You search for your faults first before you start harboring on other people. But in this society, because we don't live by the laws of Maat, we search for everybody else's faults first before we search for our own, and next thing you know, we're the critique of everybody, and we ourselves are damaged. And actually what's happening is we're projecting, because most of the time we speak about somebody, it is because of our own frustration within ourselves, and we're angry and we want to let it out. So we attack the next person or speak on the next person, as opposed to going into a quiet room by yourself and saying, you know what? My attitude is a little off today. My energy is a little off today. I didn't eat properly today. I spoke to this person wrong today. I'm not thinking clearly, so I don't think this is a good time for me to be in a particular situation. Let me solve this problem within myself. I'm a little bit greedy. I'm not helping my fellow man when I see they need help. I'm hanging around people that are actually influencing me to do bad. I need to get away from these people. I need to clear my circle. I need to have people around me that are only interested in enhancing me, or are interested in me because I'm enhancing them. Things like that I did to myself in order to make me the teacher that I am right now. If you look in your inner circle and the people around you are not enhancing you to become spiritually more knowledgeable, and they are not utilizing you to enhance them to become spiritually more knowledgeable, then you are actually going backwards, and you're in a stagnant state, stuck in the matrix. So what I did is I eliminated anybody around me that could be influencing me to the matrix, unless they themselves wanted to learn to escape the matrix and get knowledge. I got away from all the smokers, all the the drinkers, the people talking about television, people talking about SpongeBob and this basketball team is better than that one. Y'all can't beat the Rams. All that kind of foolishness. I got myself and cleared myself and said, I have over 40,000 years of history that I lost through slavery, and I need to get my brain right. And that's what I did with my time when I was a youth. I did not go to parties. I did not go hang out. I actually gave up what's called my teenage life to just strictly separate myself and study and try to correct myself. Now, for the question of where do we get the laws of Ma'at? Where can they be found in today? Well, here are the books on the screen. This is two of many of them. These are some of my favorites, though. Literature of the Ancient Egyptians. And remember, I spoke about the, where is it? Kelly. And there it is, William Kelly Simpson. And this is an anthology of several different stories in Kemet and history. And it includes the laws of Ma'at of Amenemopy, Ptah Hotep, Kimwesi, Kigimni. It has several of them. And then this one here is Ancient Egyptian Literature. Merriam-Webster translation, Old Kingdom, Volume 1. There's actually 3 volumes. So as soon as you look up Ancient Egyptian Literature, you should actually see all 3 volumes. Go ahead and order those, and you will find the writings of Ptah Hotep. You're not going to find them in the meta like this. That's another source, but you will find the English translation, which will have the laws of Maat inside of it. And now what we're going to do is, let me go back to the screen and see if everybody, okay, everybody can see the screen. And now I'm going to show you the inside the actual tomb of Akhet Hotep and Ptah Hotep. Here we go. You guys can see that. We're now inside. Let me go back to the beginning. Here we are inside. And there's Ptah Hotep right there. Beautiful thing about ancient culture is that you can go visit what they left behind. And it's always there. There's Ptah Hotep again. There are the fighting scenes where martial arts, one of the originations where martial arts came from. And here is the other video. Here. This is Akhet Hotep, Ptah Hotep, and his son Akhet Hotep. Thank you. The sound quality is really good. It's on super low, and you can hear it. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, we're going to stop it right there. Let me go ahead and get it off the screen. Share. Where are we here? Boom, boom, boom. Stop screen. Okay, press a 1 if you can hear me. There is my answer to the question on the where can we find the laws of Ma'at? What is the misconception? Press a 1 if you can hear me clear. And you can type in the room how you felt about that answer. I hope I answered both questions, one from Philip and one from Nito Campbell, a 2-in-1. And there's your answer to who is Akhet Hotep. There is his tomb. Who is his father? Who is his son? What are the laws of Ma'at? Are the 42 negative confessions? Are they even 42 negative confessions? Do they have anything to do with laws of Ma'at? What is the source? Where are the books you can find them? And there is the answer. I hope you appreciate it to the two brothers that asked the question. And let me get this off the screen here. Okay, everybody can hear me. Wonderful. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Awesome. We have a great answer from Desmond FPV. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. And when those brothers that did ask the question see this video, they will get their answer. They may be in the room. Sometimes people are driving or sometimes it's late where people are and they are asleep and they go watch the YouTube the next day. No problemo. We're moving on. We got a next question in. Oh wow. Okay, the next question is, I'll put this on the screen here. Who is this? Is it came out twice? Whoop, hold on. What's this question say? Who's this? Jermaine Hammond. Okay, let me go ahead and put this up on the screen for everybody to see. Here's how we answer questions and give shout outs to people. Okay, I'm at mic check. Mic check. Can I be heard? Can I be seen? Mic check, please.
Yeah.
Mic check, please. Can I be heard? Can I be seen? Shout out to everybody in the room that can hear me. Shout out to everybody in the room for sending your question. Oh, it's doing it again. What? Okay, another mic check. It did it again. I don't know what's happening. You can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me and see me. Let me remove. I got Hati stuck in the room here. Let me move him from here. That may be taking up some. Anything extra? Okay, good. You guys can hear me. You guys can see me. Thank you, everybody. Let us continue with the next question in. And the next question in, I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share and show the next question that came in. And it is, should be sharing right now. The next question that came in is from Jermaine. Can you all see that? Do you see Jermaine on the screen? Jermaine Hammond, send you 777. I love the mathematical code breakdown numbers. And can you see Jermaine on the screen?
Nice.
Okay. Peace and love. Okay. Peace and love. Breakdown Sekhmet. I love it. I love the random questions out of nowhere. I prepared all hymns, answer them either on the spot or the next week. Someone is asking about Sekhmet. Average Sekhmet is a goddess. She's a protector, and it pretty much ends right there. She's the head of a lion. But in Podclass, we are teaching students to be teachers. That means that you will give thorough answers, thorough explanations to people, to be very vivid and not vague. So shout out to you, Jermaine Hammond, for asking the question. Peace and love, Saba. Peace and love to you. You want me to break down Sekhmet? Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's break down Sekhmet. I'm going to actually start by showing some updates. This happened a couple of years ago. But I'm going to update everybody on this. This is actually several new Sekhmets were found. I'm going to go ahead and put this on here if you can see the screen. Put the volume back up. See if it plays. Okay, here we go. I'm going to put this on here. And one moment. Let me go like this. Boom. Go back to the screen. I'm going to stop my cam. And I'm going to go back to here. And here you go. I'm going to play this, and then we're going to break it down. Here we go. Okay. All right, here. Gosh. Oh, some wires. Oh no. I'm trying to get out of here. It's like something's tearing down. I tore it off. Yeah, go ahead and throw it. My cam is blocked, so they can't see anything in the bathroom.
We announced the discovery of over 17 statues of the goddess Sekhmet. She was the goddess of war and healing. She was represented in the shape of a woman and a face of a lion. I believe this discovery can be important because it can reconstruct the mortuary temple of Amen Hotep III. Because we know that this famous two statues, the memory statues, but now the excavation that's happening in this place, the discovery of these statues really can reconstruct this temple. And this is why I believe that this can show that how Amen Hotep III, one of the most important kings of Dynasty 18, is really connected for the first time with this large group of Sekhmets, which never in any temple this number of statues that became now over 25 statues of the goddess Sekhmet, the goddess of war and peace.
Thank you. Okay, let me see the sound.
This temple area was full of these statues of the deity, exactly in the temple of Maat on the east bank. There also were hundreds of Sekhmet statues, so we should expect here also to find hundreds of them. Alone this week, while excavating this trench, this is not this square. I mean, it's the normal excavations. It's not. It has nothing to do with the trenches of watering anymore. Alone here in this 10 meters by 10 meters square, we have discovered 14 statues. Statt von der Göttin Sekhmet. Diese Göttin ist bekannt mit der Sonne, die heilt und das Leben schenkt.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Get back to the screen here. Okay, awesome. Okay, click that out there. Okay, good. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and continue. That's just how serious the Kemetians were about Sekhmet. Now let's get into the Tehuti breakdown of Sekhmet. Let's see if this opens here. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and get into it. And it all starts out right here. This is coming from KV17, the tomb of Seti I, side chamber of the reliefs from KV17. That's Valley of the Kings, tomb of Seti. Wall decorated with the book of the heavenly cow, figure of the cow depicted on the near northwest wall has suffered loss of color due to squeezes taken in the 19th century, and other walls have suffered acts of vandalism. So here is what they call the heavenly cow. This was a symbol in Kemet of the woman, particularly Het Sekhmet, symbolizing the great mother with the horns. Inside of this, on the side walls here, you see Meduneter, and that is actually the story of Sekhmet. So here I'm going to show you, blow this up. Here is the images of Sekhmet, and we're going to get into the explanation of why these images are of such. So that translation, that those Meduneter that you see side wall there, Pharaoh Seti's wall, has this story on it here, and this is called the destruction of mankind. Okay, so we're going to go through the description of mankind because this is the story of Sekhmet as you have it. Destruction of mankind can also be found in Legends of the Gods by Wallace E. Budge, along with several other books, but that's a good one because it has the Meduneter to the side. How's it looking? The Meduneter to the side. So the God, we'll start off. It says, the God who created himself after he was in the sovereignty of the gods of the Neter and of the creation the one, men and women were blaspheming and saying, men and women were blaspheming and saying, behold, his majesty, Uncle life, strength, and health, has grown old. His bones are like silver, his limbs like gold, his hair like lapis lazuli. The majesty was listening to this. So this is a record in Kemet about the people wanting to rebel against Ra because they saw Ra getting old. So they wanted to rebel against Ra at that time. This is the time called the Zeb Tepi, when the Neterus ruled. Okay, we're going to continue with this story. And what was said to mankind, said the majesty Anku Jaseneb, to those who were in his train, call and bring me my eye. That eye right there that you see, that is Sekhmet, who's also called Maat. Maat is there because there were different Maats, and Maat was the eye, which was Sekhmet. Called Maati when speaking directly about Ra. When Ra is speaking, because Maati means my eye. Without the my, it's just Maat. So this is Maat Sekhmet, the mighty warrior and a protector of Ra. Okay, there's the Mati and Shu and Tefnut Seb Nut, the father and mother of the Neter, who lived with me when, behold, I was anew together with my Neter new. Let him bring his ministries with him. Bring thou them in silence, but not may they see mankind, so they won't may flee their hearts. Come thou with them into the great temple. Let's declare our counsel. And the ancestor Neteru, take ye heed to mankind who came into being from my eye. They speak words against me. Tell me what ye would do about it. Take ye heed to do it for me. Seek out a plan for me. Not will I slay them until I hear what you say concerning it. So here is Ra speaking to the other Nitiru about the potential rebellion that's about to take place, a potential war where people are going to start to attack Ra. And he's saying that I'm not going to send out the slayer. I'm not going to send out the destruction of them until I'm advised by the rest of the Nitiru. For those who are saying the Nitiru are principles and such, they have to explain what is going on right here, because this is Ra now speaking about killing people and having a council with the nurse and the Nitiru about a potential war that's about to go on. So it says, Son of Ra, the greater than he who made him, mightier than those who have created him, sit on the throne. Great is the fear of thee. Thine eye will be upon those who blaspheme thee. Said the majesty of Ra, behold them fleeing into the mountain. Their hearts were afraid because of what they have said. They said before the majesty, let go forth. So go forth thine eye, let it destroy for thee those who have blasphemed with wickedness. Not an eye can precede it in resistance when it goes down in the form of Heru, Hathor. So we see here that Sekhmet is also called Maat, and Sekhmet is also called Hathor. A lot of people get confused when they think that these are individual names of the Nitiru, when they're actually descriptions. A name is a description of someone or something. So a Sekhmet can be a Maat, and Sekhmet can be a Het Heru. These are all attributes. So Het Heru went forth when the goddess, she slew mankind in the mountain. So now Het Heru, what's called Sekhmet, is going forth and slaying mankind for what is about to potentially happen. His Majesty of this God says, come in peace, Het Heru, come in peace, for the deed is done. Said this goddess, thou gavest me life, and I had power. See the word for power here? Sekhem. That's where the word Sekhmet is from. I had power. That is power over mankind. It was pleasing to my heart. Said the majesty of Ra, I will master over them as a king, destroying them. It came to pass that Sekhet, here's the Sekhmet name, which is actually Sekhet. It's Sekhet and Sekhem. Of the offerings of the night waiteth about, and their blood beginning of the Sutan Henin. Said Ra, call, bring me the messengers swift and speedy. This is where the concept of Mercury, the messenger swift and speedy, came from. This story right here, the messengers, which was the messengers of Tehuti. They shall run like the wind of the body. One brought the messengers, those straight away, and said, messengers of this God, let them go to Elephantine, which is Abu, bring the mandrakes in great number, and brought him the mandrakes, gave the majesty of this God to Sekhet, who is in Inu, to crush the mandrakes. Behold, when the women were bruising the barley for the beer, they were placing mandrakes in these. So let me shrink this down. So here is the story of Sekhmet that everyone is speaking of, and that's the actual story from this wall right there, from Seti the First, from KV 17, Valley of the Kings. So because Sekhmet was sent, here's where the names come in. So because Sekhmet was sent out, as it says, she was Ra's eye. She became the Uwajit, which was symbolized by the healing eye. So here's why some people see the symbol of the eye. They call the eye of Ra. They call the eye of Heru. They don't know which eye, what is going on. They just say whatever they see on Crystal Links or other New Age websites. Actually, it's the eye of, it's Uwajit, is Sekhmet's name, called the Uwajit. And as you see the root word of Uwajit right here, Uwajit, is to send out, to go on an expedition, to make a journey, to travel, to stray to Rome. That is what Sekhmet was doing. She was sent out to go on an expedition. So she became the Uwajit, which is the eye also called Maati, which is why one of the symbols of Maat is also the eye. And then you see here at the bottom, Uwachet Ba'ef, the title of the high priestess of Memphis. Of course, the priestess because she was under Sekhmet, the female. Here is Uwachet now, which is to be healthy, sound, safe, strong, set in fitting order, conditions, safe, sound, whole, and intact, healthy, strong, flourishing life. This is where you get the terminology Ankh Uja Seneb. It actually comes from Sekhmet, because Sekhmet was also the one who brought things back into order. So she was a destroyer, but she was also one who brought things back into order. She was a protector, and that's why you see Uwachet here at the bottom, protective strength, a safe man, because she's the one that kept Ra safe. She was the Uwachet. Here's Uwachet again, Ucha, which is the balance. And here is the symbol of the Uwachet with the two female goddesses on the side. And here, this eye is the Uwachet actually broken down into mathematical symbols, which represent healing of all the six senses. We'll get into that in another class, but this is the Uwachet, and that is the eye, which was Sekhmet's name. She was called the eye. So there is that part of there's that part. You know me, I'm gonna keep going. There's more. So here we go. Let's get a little deeper. Because here is the cow again. Now we're in Amenhotep II. And we see the sex magic symbolism, the sucking of the woman's breast, reenacting the power of Het Heru. Some people may say, what sucking of the woman's breast? Well, if you look closely, you're going to see Amenhotep as the calf underneath the cow, which was Sekhmet Het Heru, and he is drinking and being nurtured, becoming one as the baby is one with his mother as she feeds him. So what is the sex magic ritual of this, principle of this? Well, we go to the love songs, the Harper songs of Kemet, which can also be found in Miriam Lithium's book and also in the book that I gave. And we go and see, we're going to shrink this down and we're going to read this here. Whoop, that shrunk down too much. It says here, I don't know why it's, okay. Are you a man devoted to his stomach? Would you depart in your fine, let me blow this up a little bit. Would you depart in your fine clothing? I'm left with nothing but bed sheets. So here is a woman who's obviously very sexually attractive and wants to be sexually satisfied. And she's saying to the man, are you going to leave me here in bed with the bed sheets? Or would you leave me for the sake of a drink? Then take my breast, for its milk wells up for you. More wondrous is the single day in your embrace. So here's the love song where the woman is telling the man to reenact the Het Heru baby story. We know that when a man and woman is having sexual relations and a man sucks on a woman's breast, we know that there's no actual milk that's coming out of the woman's breast, and the woman breast is not swollen up with milk, but it is a sexual stimulation that actually reenacts the man being a baby again while he's satisfying and stimulating the female, which was reenacted by Amenhotep, drinking from the breast of Het Heru. She goes on to say, more wondrous is a single day in your embrace than 100,000 upon earth. Your love has merged completely with my body. This is the sex magic. When the sexual experience is so good that the love is completely merged and the two people become one. They merge as blank, something here with water, something is damaged, as a drug which is resin added, as when milk is mixed with water. So she's talking about all the merging, and she's reenacting that. This is the Sekhmet reenactment. So let me see why this is something is actually covered here. Here we go. Okay, so we see, I'm going to expand this a little bit here. So we go over here, we see the goddess of, this is the Netzer's goddess Mut, temple of Ipit, Resut, The temple of Epirus, the sanctuary of what Europeans and Arabs mutated to call Luxor. Mut means mother in Meru. And then we go over here and we see the goddess of the breast, Sekhmet Het Heru, mother of life. The breasts are drawn as the Shishen, lotus, and what else do you see? So here's the lotus, which represents something that opens when the sun hits it. But if we look at the images of Sekhmet and some of those statues that were found in the video that I just played, we're going to expand this. And look, there is Sekhmet. But when you look at her breasts and expand them, you see that you see two what appears to be lotus images, which actually are female milk ducts. The female milk ducts on the woman looks just like a flower. This is the tree of life. Here are the female milk ducts that feed the baby. And here is where you see Sekhmet with two exact images right where the female milk ducts would be, which is why sometimes you see images of the Kemetic women, goddesses, and their breasts look droopy. One of the reasons is because the if you look at the body and like the anatomical chart, the milk ducts are way down here. You don't see the big voluptuous breasts. This is what you see without all the voluptuous breasts. It looks just like this. So you see Sekhmet with the breasts, and all the way down here are the two female milk ducts, which were symbolized also by the lotus, the Sheshen, which meant Sheshen means light, and Sheshen is also knowledge because it is drawn as the papyrus scroll because light is knowledge. So what happened? What did the European do? What did the Hebrews do? What did the Christians do with this symbol of the breast? The symbol of the breast was beautiful to us. As a matter of fact, when you see most images, and if you type up ancient Egyptian woman, most of the ancient women walk around topless. But today, if a woman walks around topless, it's called nudity. But if a man walks around topless, it's called normal. Nobody has yet to explain that to me. Why? Because it wasn't created by us. In Kemet, the women walked around topless, and there was no problem with that situation. It represented fertility and breast milk feeding. The European who hated female sexuality, look what he did. He put Sekhmet in the Bible. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to expose to you Sekhmet in the Bible, destroyed and altered. Here it is right here. We're going to go to, here it is. You always know I have a little treat for everybody. We are in Blue Letter Bible, and we have the word shad here, which is mother breast. This is Blue Letter Bible, mother breast, shad, found in the book of Lamentations 4:3. Even the sea monsters draw out the breast. Strong's Concordance 07499. They suck to their young ones, the daughters of my people. It has become like the ostriches of the wilderness. So here is the breast mentioned in the Bible. And then we have here in John 13, they even give Jesus breasts, of course. So here's John 18, then them lying on Jesus's breasts. So people are lying on Jesus's breasts because, of course, the concept of Jesus came from the black woman stealing all of her attributes. But here's what's interesting. The word breast is the word shad here in the Bible in the Hebrew. It's the word shad, but when you click on shad in the Strong's Concordance, remember Sekhmet? Remember Sekhmet, who is the symbol, whose symbol is the breast right here, the line with the breast exposed, representing the milk ducts. Her breasts were very symbolic because she is symbolized by the woman the cow feeding Amenhotep, and through the milk ducts. Look what the Bible did to the word breast. Now when you look up breast in Blue Letter Bible, it means violent destroyer. So the same word for breasts from the Sekhmet story, look what it means: to deal violently, despoil, devastate, ruin, destroy, devastate, despoiler, devastator. Why would the word breast in Hebrew mean a devastator and a violent destroyer? Unless they took the concept from the breast goddess Sekhmet, who was doing the destroying, left out her story and just kept the word breast, and now the word breast to a Hebrew woman. When you enter Hebrew Israelite religion, you're going to call your breast shad, and you're also going to know that the word shad is a violent destroyer, getting no explanation to how in the world the breasts become a violent destroyer. Now, hey, put him back. How does breast become a violent destroyer? You see here, to assault, to devastate. Who has ever assaulted anybody with their breasts? Violent destroyer. You see that what they did there? You see what they do? So this is another destruction of the female because they just give the aspect of the sex as a violent destroyer, but they don't explain why would it be that in Hebrew. It makes sense in Kemet, but it doesn't make sense in the Hebrew because there's no story of the woman's breast violently destroying somebody. Now, back to the Mut, because Sekhmet was a Mut, she was called a Het Heru. A Het Heru is a Mut, which is a mother. So here is the Netzer's goddess symbol of Mut on the temple of Epet Reset, southern sanctuary, what Europeans call Luxor. It was never called Luxor. It is Epet Reset. Mut means mother in Medunetter. Now look what the Christians did to the word Mut. Now Mut, remember, Sekhmet, breasts are a symbol of life, giving life. Okay, that is how a baby survives, drinking from the breast. Okay, so that represents life. They take the word breast and turn the word breast in the Hebrew Bible into the destroyer, the assaulter, the devastator. Mut is the word for mother, which is actually where the word mother came from. Mut is mother, which represents life. Look what the Hebrews and Christians did with the word mut. Mut is the word mother. Now we go to, look at this, look what they did. This is the matrix. Watch this. Genesis 21:16. She went and sat down over against him, a good way off, as were the bow shot, for she said, let me not see the death of a child. And she sat over against him. So over against him, lift up her voice. So here is the death of a child. Okay, what is the mother? A mother is the one who gives birth to a child. So in Kemet, the Mut was associated with that which gives birth to a child. But here we see it says, let me see the death of a child. And guess what the word for death is? Let's go to Strong's Concordance. Look at it right there. You see that right there? Mut. That V is added in Yiddish because we know in the original so-called Hebrew, there is no letter V. That is why when you ask a Hebrew Israelite, is God named Jehovah? They'll say, no, it's Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh. Then they don't say the V. They don't say Jehovah. The V is added later. So it's Mut. That's the word Mut. This right here, I'm going to blow it up and show you letter for letter. Here is the so-called Hebrew. My mouse is waving over the letter M. This is the letter U, woo, and this is the letter T, ta. So this is M-U-T. What does M-U-T say, ladies and gentlemen? Mut. Mut, the name of the mother goddess in Kemet, the name for motherhood in Kemet that gives life, is now the word for death in Hebrew. The breast that give life is now the word for the violent destroyer in Hebrew. Do you see the game, ladies and gentlemen? Do you see what's going on? So here is Mut, the real Mut, the symbol of the mother of life. That's Mut. And then down here, the word Mut is death. Very interesting. Get a Hebrew Israelite to explain that for us, please. Why are the symbols of birth, life, and breastfeeding now the words for death and destroyer and destruction? Okay. So that is Sekhmet for the brother who asked the question. And now what I'm going to show you is the energy that is still around Sekhmet. So I'm going to show you this video here, and you're going to see some interesting orbs flying around, or some energy flying around on one of those statues of Sekhmet. And just take a look at this, and we'll close out with this question. Little extra treat here. Boom. See if this plays. Even this needs security. Oh, whoops. 1 second, everybody. the screen? I wasn't before. They're doing the bull thing. They're doing the bowls, and then the orbs are man. Okay, to get off screen, share where we can see that. Wonderful. So there is your question on Sekhmet. Those orbs that are flying around and showing the energy is still there, where they have the statues. One of my students, which I showed on several different classes, named Krishna, he was able to manifest those orbs, and they were flying around, and pictures were being taken, and they had faces in them and whatnot. But that's a whole nother class on orbs if anybody sends a question on it. But that is Sekhmet. Thank you for that question. Thank you for that question, whoever asked that. If you're in the room, because you may be in the room under a different name, but thank you for that question on Sekhmet. That is Sekhmet from her original story, from the Valley of the Kings, from the book of Het-Heru, or the destruction of mankind, of the heavenly cow. That is Sekhmet. That's what she represents. And that is the eye that you see people wear. It's the Uwajit of Sekhmet. Okay, can you see me? Press a 1 if you can see me. I got some thank yous here. Very welcome, Arc Infinite. Can you see me? Press a 1. A lot of technical difficulties happening. Everything's good? You can see me? Press a 1. Okay, good. Anki Maat, Tua, stranger can see me. That is how we answer questions here at the Tehuti Podclass. We just went over the 42 laws of Maat. We went over Sekhmet. We went over the Dracos, many different things. These questions keep coming in, and it's my responsibility as the Saba to answer them with facts and sources. Okay, they say my screen was frozen. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. It's so strange. My screen was frozen. Is my screen moving now? Okay. All right, everybody. Let's move on to the next.
It's glitching. It's the moment that you are frozen.
Okay, very interesting. Okay, Komet sees me. Yeah, I see it doing that thing. I don't know what that is about. But okay, let's move on. This is the best we can do until the funds are sent in and I get a real working good computer. So first, before we continue, we're going to do the little commercial or the advertisement for people to know how to support the Tehuti Podclass. That is the Cash App right there that you see. That is the Cash App where you can send in questions to support what it is that I do. At the bottom there, you will see a little ticker flashing through. That is the Cash App information as well. Please send in your questions and support. They will be flashed on the screen. This is what I do to support myself. I make a living off of teaching all of you and giving you the highest quality of information that you can get, actually answering live questions on the spot. This is very challenging. That is the PayPal. That is the Cash App there at the bottom. And I'm gonna give a shout out to and here is where'd it go? Here are the here's an AI moderator. My AI moderators saying support with the Cash App. These are some of the books that you can inquire to get. Melanin Dark Consciousness. You can inquire on how to get that. That is a PDF that will be sent directly to your email. The other book, which is extremely popular, is called Stepping Out of the Matrix, and that one is a little bit bigger. That is that book right there, Stepping Out of the Matrix. They support everybody and help the Tehuti Podclass, because this is what I do for all of you, and it seems like all of you are very satisfied with the class and the way that I answer questions and the knowledge. This is the Tehuti Podclass. And of course, the ones that are helping the room, helping this be successful, are none other than the one and only group, the best moderators, which are now called not just moderators, but they are called Maat, which are Anki M. Mayat, Nani Aset Mur, and Saneti Amun here at the Tehuti Podclass. They help out. We are based on ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, and we have the good brother Ahati Maat, who is a moderator as well, although you do not see him with the wrench by his name. Let's get on. We have a couple more. We have some more questions to go through, and let's see what they are. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that answer and all the answers that are given. This question here is from Amun Netaru. Are you in the room? Amun Ku Netaru. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Amun Ku Netaru. Shout out to you. And then we're going to start getting into some of the questions that are actually being sent right now as I'm talking. But Amun Ku Netaru, are you in the room, my good brother? Amun Ku Netaru. Okay. Oh, that could be it. Too many devices on the Wi-Fi. Let's see what's on. This is off. This is off. That's all. Okay, so there's only one thing. Those are on the Wi-Fi, right? So there's actually nothing on the Wi-Fi. But this computer. Okay, so that's not the problem. All right, so let's go on here. Let me show. Here is the shout out to Marcus Gibson. Shout out to Amun Ku Neturu. What is the link between astronomy and astrology? I've broken this down a few times, and he has to reword as this. What is the link between astronomy and astrology with regards to sharing the same traits as someone born in the same season? Well, let's look up the facts. Let's look up the facts. Let's look up the facts. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you can see the screen and hear me, press 1. Look up the actual facts. Most people do not do this, and they need to when discussing these topics. What is astrology? Go to Atlas to see what it even is. So what is astrology? We're going to blow this up. And astrology is a study of influence of the stars, planets on human lives, their benefits, the position of the sun, the moon, and the planets and other stars during the person's birth is very critical. Some people believe that these cosmic objects define someone's personality, their romantic relations, and predict their economic success. One popular aspect of astronomy are horoscopes, which commonly appear in newspapers. However, astrologers consider this an inaccurate way of profiling one's life. Personally, and future endeavors, a more accurate picture can be given to the specific sign of the planet at the time of birth, angles, houses, and many other factors. The man, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know. Astrological signs are Aries, Libra, Virgo, Pisces, Gemini, Leo, Cancer, Taurus, Sagittarius, Scorpio, and Aquarius. I'm going to ask everybody in the room right now before we go on, what does all that sound like? Aries, Libra, Virgo, Pisces, Gemini, Cancer, Capricorn, Taurus, Sagittarius, these are all Greek words. We're getting to the roots of where this astrology actually comes from. A lot of people think it's Kemetic. It's actually not. Let's go on. History of astrology. Broadly defined, astrology involves seeking the meaning of life in the sky. Birth of astrology is accredited to the Babylonians. They had astrological charts that used to predict reoccurrences of specific celestial events. I'm going to read that again. The Babylonians, they had astrological charts that they used to predict reoccurrence of specific celestial events. That's what the Babylonians did. That's what the people of Kemet did. Used to predict the reoccurrence of specific celestial events. Babylonians introduced astrology. That means not dealing with when you were born and what kind of house you're going to buy and what kind of woman or man you're going to meet. All that came from the Greeks. Babylonians introduced astrology to the Greeks in the 4th century. Scholars such as Aristotle and Plato studied astrology, leading to it being regarded as a science. Soon afterwards, the Romans and Arabs embraced astrology. Later on, it spread to the whole world. At first, the world used astrology to predict weather patterns for agricultural purposes. So again, the Babylonians, they say it originated from, used astrology to predict specific celestial events, not earthly events, not people's love lives. The first astrology was used for agricultural purposes. However, it broadened to include forecasting natural and giving counsel to emperors and kings. That is astrology. Now, we're going to go into the American Museum of Natural History, into astronomy. This is the real one. Astronomy is the study of everything in the universe beyond the Earth's atmosphere. That includes, when people say, well, astronomy and astrology are linked, they're the same thing. Astrology is just the spiritual definition. Listen to astronomy. That includes objects we can see with our naked eye, like the sun, moon, the planets, and the stars. It also includes objects we can only see with telescopes or other instruments like faraway galaxies, tiny particles, and even includes questions about things we can't see at all, like dark matter and dark energy. That is astronomy. Okay. Shrink this down. As we can see, astrology and astronomy have very little factually to do with each other, other than the fact that astronomy can be used to predict weather, which was astrology's origin. Once the Greeks started applying it to false zodiac signs, and if you are born on a certain month and your character matches a Greek god, remember, it has to match a Greek god. That means that there's no record in ancient Nile Valley culture and any of our ancient cultures of these astrology signs. There's no record saying if you're born this month, you're the equivalent to a Capricorn. There's no Nile Valley equivalence to a Capricorn ever spoken of in any papyrus. There's no Aries spoken of. None of this is spoken of by ancient Nile Valley culture. This is all Greeks and Ptolemies. So zodiac signs, if you're born in a certain month, then your character matches a Greek god. Then all the facts of astronomy were removed and ignored, specifically the aspects of minor particles such as dark energy. So the facts of actual astronomy is removed from astrology, where they now say the definition of astrology is from the word logos. So astronomy, nomo, astro, nomo. Nomos from the word nomos, which came from the Kemetic word names, which is to enlighten, to know about something. Look up the word nomos, and you'll see it means instructions and knowledge. Logos is from talking. So you have astrologos, which is talking, which is the stars communicating with people's lives. That does not happen in any form or fashion in any ancient culture, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody in ancient times spoke about if you're born on this day, you will meet a person and get along with them. If they're born in this day, none of that exists, and that's why I can't find the equivalents of astrology spoken of in ancient cultures to match what's being said today. If you're born on Pisces, then look out for the lottery ticket that will hit the Mercury retrograde. None of that nonsense can be removed. Remove everything that's Greek and teach us about astrology strictly coming from the translated papyruses of the people that Aristotle and them say they got it from. That's the Babylonians and the Kemetic people. They turned astronomy, which is what the Babylonians and the Kemetic people study, which we just went over actually in the beginning of class when the question was asked, why the shaft pointing to the Draco star constellation. So we went over how those stars, because they are circumpolar stars, are always seen over the horizon. So because you always see something, it's symbolic of immortality. Not that that particular star was affecting somebody's personal life. Star was a symbol of something. That was astronomy. You can literally see it. And because it was always seen, it was symbolic of something that continues to be seen. Not if you're born in this month and these stars align. All of that is the Greek retardation of astronomy. Now, so here, let's see if this even goes. If this will even read this. LibreOffice. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see if this reads this because this is a Linux. First time on it. And the documents I have are Word. Let's see if it translates into the language of Linux. Let's take a look and see. I see a blank screen, and look at this. It comes out looking like the Matrix. Binary language. Okay. So this won't come out. None of my Word will actually come out. So I can't go over. Let me see if this shows up. Here's an example of Scorpio. So Scorpio. I can't show the whole history of it because I'm not reading my Microsoft Word. But here is where you get the Scorpios from. Scorpio. This is one of the constellations of the zodiac. Its name is Latin for scorpion. Its symbol is this M symbol, unicorn. Scorpion is one of the 48 constellations identified by the Greek astronomer Ptolemy in the 2nd century. It is an ancient constellation that predates the Greeks. It lies between Libra and Sagittarius to the east. It's a large constellation located in the southern hemisphere. And is the star constellation. Let me shrink it back down. The Scorpius. So we see there's actual star constellations, and then there's mutations of what these star constellations mean to people. And I'm gonna come out of here because I cannot show those files. But let me go ahead and stop this. Okay, so when you're dealing with agricultural people, they're going to look at the movements of the stars to gauge the different seasons, such as Akhet, Peret, Shamu, seasons which are gauged by the movement of the stars, because the way the planet moves and its alignment with the stars usually predicts that that same season or weather is going to help the farmer. So they plan based on the movement of the stars. When you're dealing with a culture that is not natural, that's not dealing with farming, they have to turn it into something else that pertains to making it important to their lives, because you're dealing with people that are not natural agriculturers, not natural farmers. They're not living off nature, but they still want the deep connection to the stars. They're not doing out-of-body experiences. They're not building pyramids that align to Draco. They're not studying the afterlife. You're talking about Greek people that are taking ancient culture and saying, how can we apply this to us, even though we don't go through any of this? They created Christianity, they created the Bible, they created astrology, and now we have it today, thinking that it's something ancient. In reality, your personality comes from your environment. It comes from the DNA of your father, your mother, and then yourself when the chromosomes connect. So you're a combination of your father. That's why some people see traits in them that their father have, looks, physical looks that their father has physical traits physically and mentally that the mother has, picked up from their DNA and picked up from their upbringing, which would erase the concept of, oh, you're an Aries, which means you're this, and that trait. You're a Sagittarius, but yet you're a combination of an Aries. If your mother's a Sagittarius and then you're born a Leo, you would actually have a trait of all three. It doesn't make any sense in any ancient culture, and that's why I've been asking for 30 years for somebody to present to me any ancient teachings of astrology, any ancient teachings of the stars affecting your personal life if you're based on a certain month, and all the stuff that's taught in astrology, the Sagittarius, your Leo, your Gemini, which means your double personality. Where in our ancient culture do we say that if you're born in a certain month, you have a double personality? They say you're Taurus, the bull. That means you're hard-headed, you're strong. Yet the bull in Kemet represented Ptah, the opener, the beginner of the ways. Ptah was a positive thing. In Kemet, the bull was Ba, and it was a symbol of the soul and the expansion of the soul, and the opening of the ram of the bull horns that open things had nothing to do with you being stubborn. That's not Kemetic teaching. So when you get into Taurus are strong-headed and Sagittarius are extra sexual. And I'm like, what about the porno stars that are having sex 5 times a day that are every single symbol? Are you Sagittarius more sexual than them? It's just complete, utter nonsense. We should leave it alone. It has absolutely nothing to do with any ancient teachings. And we should just let it be. We should let Christianity be. We should let the Bible be, astrology, all these things that are brought in by the Greeks. And we should seek out what we did prior to those things being introduced to us. So shout out to the brother for asking that question. But that is astronomy, that is astrology. I had more to actually break down, but this computer is not reading Microsoft Word. I was going to get into the Dendara and the origins of that and how it was misinterpreted as a zodiac sign. But anyway, shout out to you. Thank you for that question. But no, we don't do astrology in ancient times. It doesn't exist. If somebody can present an archaeological find, a writing about it from our ancestors prior to the Greeks, then I will entertain and I will look at it. I've been asking for 30 years and I've never gotten it yet. So anyways, thank you for that question. We're going to move on. Let me see where. So strange. Whoops. 1 second, everyone. We're going to get on to the next ones. Next one's here. It's going to be a late one because we started late. So let's see here. Hold on. Pod. Oh, nice. Okay. We're in. Oh, I see this doing. I see how this works. Here we go. I'm getting this to work. And okay, is AJ Magul in the house? AJ Magul in the house. Are you in the house, AJ Magul? Is AJ Magul in the house? Okay. So I got a question here from AJ Magul. I'm gonna put it up on the screen. Shout out to you, brother, for this this question. Let me go ahead and put it up on the screen for everybody to see. Share. Up. Oh my gosh. Hold on, everybody. Here we go. Let's try this again. Share. This computer is so protected. Share. We got to give permission to share. Permission to share this. Allow. And here we go. Okay, boom. Next question is shout out to AJ Magul. Is AJ Magul in the house? AJ Magul sends a question and it says, let me expand it for everybody to see it. Shout out to AJ Magul for $27. Thank you so much. Appreciate that for the donation. And he asked a question with his donation. And the question is, who is Heka? Where can I learn about him and magic? Beautiful question. Let me go back to the room here before I start. Has anybody in the room heard of this word, Heka? Let me get to the room and see. Has anybody in this room heard about Heka? Anybody in the room heard about Heka? Press 1 if you can hear me. Are all the moderators here? You see all the moderators? Have you seen them? Okay. Press 1 if you can hear me. Anybody heard of Heka? Heka. Oh, look. Of course, who heard of Heka is the man with Heka in his name. Heka Kepera. Okay. So Heka Kepera. I know you've heard of Heka. Okay. AJ Super Mogul. This is the brother who asked the question. So let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it. You know how we do here. Oh, look who's here. I was wondering where this man was. Black Alucard. Peace, my good brother. Thank you for coming through. You always come through. Stranger says, Heka. Yes, Heka. Who is Heka? Let me get some water before I break this down. Let's get into it. Heka, Heka, Heka. Jody's here. Jody's still here. Jody's hanging in there. Peace, Jody. Okay, who is Heka? Let's get into it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody, where you send in your questions to the Cash App or PayPal, and you get them thoroughly answered like you're about to see a thorough answer right here. There is no ad hominem, no insults, no drama, just straight information and facts. Daniel Setmer says, great question, AJ Magul. Get ready. Mind-blowing answers. Okay, here we go. Mind-blowing. That's Nanny's favorite statements. Mind-blowing answers again and again. All right. Here we go, everybody. Let's get into this. Heka, I'm going to go ahead and screen share. Screen share for AJ Arts. Screen share here. Let's get the equipment fund sent in. Let's get you guys sending in the equipment fund so I can just go ahead and get one good computer, one good time, take out all viruses, get a good block, virus block, and here we go. Boom. Here is the question right here. shout out to Arthur. Who is Heka? Where can I learn about him and magic? Wonderful. Let's get to it. Can everybody see the screen? Boom. What do we got here? Of course, I'm going to break this down thoroughly to the Esna Temple. We're going to go to the Esna Temple, and we're going to look, and I'm going to blow this image up of the temple, and you're going to see Natiru on the screen. You're going to see some Natiru on the screen, but then you're going to see a little man. There's a little man on the screen. See this one right here? This is Heka. Notice Heka is smaller than everyone else. We're going to get into that. So here's the Natiru. When it comes to Heka, he's shown as like a child or someone that's definitely smaller than the rest of the Natiru. Wonderful. Let's get into it. Okay. So here's again more color, and there's Heka again, and you'll notice he has his finger to his mouth. And here, I'll shrink this down a little bit. Here is a scene from the Temple of Neith. The Neith is the name of the spider on my hat. You need a lot of weaving and creation, feminine energy of photonic entanglement. Temple of Neith and Khnum. Khnum, the god of the potter's wheel. This is Inuit, which they call Letu Polis. The king representing the two crowns, white crown and red crown. To Heka the child. See? Heka the child. Heka is shown as a child. Okay. Let's shrink it down. Okay, so let's look at Heka. So, what is this Heka? Heka is composed of two words, which is seed, which makes the H sound. The flax seed was used for the sahu, what the whites call the mummy, to preserve it, thus representing eternal immortality. The ka are the two arms, the two hands, called the ka, representing the bioenergetic template that forms and strengthens the body. It is the real you that echoes to become the bioenergetic double. That is the ka from Heka. Now we're going to go down to the reading. Right down here, I'm going to blow this up. This is from the Per M Haru. And it says here, the beginnings of the chapters come forth by day. Here's where the word Per M Haru comes from. Pert M Haru. Coming forth by day, and the praising, thou art my ka. See the ka right here in the red box? Within the body. So the ka is the energy within the body. It Kenemu. There's where the god Kenemu's name comes from. Kenemu, which means to form, forms and strengthens my limbs. So in ancient Kemet, on the Nile Valley, the ka energy is actually what forms the physical body. Mayest thou come forth to the place of happiness. I advance there. So there is the ka right is there, and it's the energy that forms and strengthens the body. Okay, let's go over to this. You'll notice that Heka has his finger in his mouth. Why? Because the mouth denoting sound frequency, because that is what you are. The eternal ka, a ren, which denotes sound waves, and Heka is a baby, which means to come into being. The baby in Kemet always represents rebirth or coming into a being or existing. So thus Heka is shown as a baby, and he has his finger to his mouth because it represents sound energy, which we're going to get into. Okay, you are created and called the Ren. So Ren, here it is right here with this chapter to remember the name. Let me see if I can blow that a little. To remember the name. The power of memory is Sekau, which created the word Sekhmet or Sekhem. his name in the netherworld may be given to me. My name, see the word name is Ren, and the great double house. Of course, it's a double house because the energy that leaves your body is the bioenergetic double, and the astral world, or the real time zone, is the double world that looks just like this physical one, but it is a double of this one. It looks very similar to this, and it looks like an echo of this, just more refined. May I remember my name in the house of fire, the house of light, the light realm. But look at the word for name. The word name is Ren. And when you look at Ren, you see it's the R, which is mouth, sound frequency. That is why it's the word chapter. See the word R there for chapter? Because it actually is not a chapter, it's an utterance. You're saying this with sound frequency. It is an utterance. And the N is sound waves. These are sound waves or sound frequencies, which is what creates everything. I've done a class on sound waves, and that is why your name is something that's said. It's said with sound, because your name is supposed to represent the sound frequency that you are in tune with. The words are just sound frequencies. They're not actual words. They're sounds, which we interpret to have a meaning, but they're just multiple different sounds we're making, just like the sound frequencies that a bird is making, and we can't understand their chirps because the sound frequencies don't make sense to us as a so-called human being. But here's the Ren. It is Ren is literally sound waves. That's what Ren is. That is your name. That is the Ren. Now, the or great dimensional parallel. This it says, "May I set," which is light consciousness. Remember, my sound frequency Ren in the photonic light realm called the Nesser, the realm of Pa, which is the Pa'u. Pa is from Pa'u or Pua, Pa'u, which is origin, the original beings, because that the Pa'ut is the original state that we came from. That is the light realm that we came from before the physical world existed. Now we look at the Ka that forms you. Is also body that composed of sound. Per, the word per is house, and Ra is light sound. The body of sound light is the word in Per Amharu. Why do I say that? Let's look at the Per Amharu. Let's look at Per. Here is Per, double house. So the Per, which is you are the Per. That's why they say the house. The man's body is the temple. Look at the word Per here. Notice it has legs. That's you. You're coming forth. You are the Per. See that house there? That is a temple, and that is the Ra. That is the sound. You're the sound wave temple. You're the being that's coming into existence when they say Per Amharu, coming forth by day. What is coming forth? You are coming forth. Your soul, your Ba energy is what's coming forth. So when you look at Per is the house, the temple of man that we'll get into at some other time. The temple of man. Per is Pharaoh man. The word for Pharaoh is Per, and that's why it's Pharaoh man, and it's the same word for great house. The same word for house is the same word for Pharaoh, because the Pharaoh represents the great house. The Per Ankh, the house of life, which is you. You are the Per Ankh. You are the house, and the temple represented that, and the temple of man is the duplicate of the human body. We'll get into that in another class. But here is the Per Ah, which is the name for the Pharaoh, and then you have the Ra, which they say is chapter. It's really utterance. It's really the utterance. Okay? So you are Per E and the Ra, the house of utterance. That is you coming forth. Okay. Now, back to the Heka. Thus, the Heka is the internal unlimited self that is created by sound vibration, creating your Ren, and thus correlates to the enchanting magic created by sound frequency, which creates all things. That is the Heka. This is why you see the Heka god with his hand to his mouth, representing Makaru. Makaru representing the true of voice, because it is the sound enchantments that bring things towards you, because everything that you see in the physical world is in actuality a manifestation of sound vibration. When you look around, things are vibrating. That is the sound. And if you can control your sound vibration, you can move things towards you through this vibration, which is why most ritual through chanting. There's always a chanting, a sound, a humming, a breathing, because you're using your sound energy to be in tune with the energy that is around you. That is the Heka. Now getting into, here is the Heka, and here are its references in the ancient texts. This is text utterance 306. How lovely to see, how pleasing behold, say namely the gods. Thus the gods ascend to the sky. When you ascend to the sky, your power upon your terror about you, and your magic at your feet. The word for magic there is Heka. Whenever you see the word magic, it is the word Heka. How lovely to see, uplifting to behold, when this God ascends to the sky, just like Atum, the Father King, ascends to the sky, his eyes upon him, his magic is about him, and the dread of him is at his feet. I will ascend and raise to the sky. Notice that each one is talking about ascension, because that is the Heka, using sound frequency to ascend, to get to higher frequencies. The magic which appertains to me, that which is in my belly, it is not I who says to you, the gods, it is magic, Heka, who says this to you, gods. I am bound for the lower point of magic. Pyramid text 539. The sky quivers, the earth quakes before me, for I am the magician. I possess magic. Here is another image going all the way to the Ptolemies, who also worshipped Heka. This is from 200 and 100 BC. And there is Heru Bahutet symbol over Heka. Okay, this is in the London. The information here is at the bottom, so I can blow it up if you want to go research it. Limestone Egyptian Ptolemaic period. Private photo, London, UK, Bridgman Art Library. Okay, so here is Heka is usually associated with sound. And here we go, scroll down here, the story of Ra Isis. It says, my begetter who wished not to let me have power, him who would enchant. See the word chant, enchant me is Hekau, by enchantments over me. So you see Hekau, and what do you see when you blow it up? In the Metanetter, you see the man with his hand pointed to his mouth. It deals with enchantment and it deals with vibration. And one last quote here. I brought my mouth, my own name, that is to say, words of power, Hekau. Even I came into being in the form of Kepara, of things which came into being, I came in the form of Kepara. So you see that Heka is dealing directly with sound energy. Now, as far as how to obtain it, so you, my brother, you contact me directly. We've had a few classes. I've given you certain things to do, and you'd connect with me directly. I'll give you more chance and things to say in the Metanetter books that you already have, and you will be able to tie into this Heka, which of course again is just the Ha, eternal self. Heka is the eternal self. The Ha is the flax seed that would start off as green, representing Uwajit and healing, and then eventually turn white, which represented the egg, which wraps around the mummy. The egg is that which rebirths. So this the flax seed encompasses another person that wants to be immortal, that wants to be rebirthed. That's the He. And then the Ka is your inner soul, that is eventually going to be rebirthed as the Ba and fly away. So Heka is the understanding of you being an immortal soul utilizing sound frequencies called Makaru. For more information, my brother, contact me directly. I'm going to come off of the screen here. That is your answer to the question of who is Heka, where can it be found? I gave the temple, the walls, where it is in the Metanetter, where it is in the Purim Haru, where it is in the pyramid text, word for word, what the actual glyphs mean, letter For letter, how it's used in reference to enchanting, sound frequencies, bringing back forth the Ren, which is sound waves, making you an eternal being. And I will go on another class. If somebody's asked me a question about sound, I will show you how sound vibrates and actually creates things. I have videos of sound creating things because we are all sound energy, and that is the Heka that is spoken of in Kemet. It deals with our eternal self and our sound energy that creates us and that we use to create our environment around us. Peace and love, and thank you for that question. I'm glad you appreciated it. And there's your answer. Okay, Maat says, wow. I'm not sure if that wow is to the answer or if something else happened, but woo! This is a big one, everybody. This class here, I hope you guys really are enjoying this. This is how we break down things. We're going to go a little bit more. Let me check and see if these people are in the room. There's somebody that asked about incest. They wanted me to keep them anonymous. First of all, let me give you a shout out because of some of my answers on Word and the computer's not reading Word. I may have to pass on this until I get onto the computer that reads Word. I wasn't predicting that this computer couldn't read Word. But let me give you your shout outs. Screen share. The person wants to be anonymous, but I want to give the person a shout out for the question in general. Allow. Shout out to this person here. Ask anonymous. If you can see the screen. Next class. Explain on incest. I don't know if you're in the room right now. If you want to be just anonymous with the Cash App information, but you're in the room, and if you're in the room hearing me, I am going to have to answer this next. This is actually from last class too. I did not expect for my Microsoft Word not to work on this computer. I'm going to check one more thing and see if it works, see if I can actually answer this. I was not expecting to be on Linux computer, so I have to check on that before I can answer. Okay, so but shout out to you for sending that, and apologies for that because I can't show what I want to say. I will say that incest is definitely a concept created by the European as far as what it means to us today. In ancient times, there was no such thing as incest. There was no label for that word. People had mates that were their sisters, their brothers, and it was a normal thing to us. To people of a weaker gene, it became abnormal because when they mixed sisters and brothers, they start to have deformities. But the ancient people knew nothing of such. As a matter of fact, the way the Kemetic story begins, the Kemetic love story begins with a brother and his two sisters, Asar and Aset and Net. And there's a list of pharaohs and men and women that had brothers and sisters. The Thutmose family, Tutankhamun, Ankh-Senamun, Ankh-Senpatan, several thousands of people that had brothers and sisters as their mates, and it was nothing abnormal about that until religion came in. And religion and people who have genetic problems start altering that as a concept. I'm going to give more information on that when I can show the Microsoft Word. But let me get on. Shout out to you for asking that. Let me get on to the next question here because it's getting late and I want to get on to some Nito Campbell, some other things. But shout out to you, my brother, for asking that question on incest. Maybe between now and the next time I answer, you can actually formulate it more specific. So to break down incest, send me a question asking, what do you want to know about it? You mean, is it right? Is it wrong? Is it, do you want me to break down the word? I can do all of that. Let me go ahead and get into the next question here. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti podcast. Appreciate everybody for sending in their support, asking questions. We're going to go ahead and give the next question. Goes out to, who is this? Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell says, what is this one here? Why is scholarship said so much in the conscious community? Why is scholarship said so much in the conscious community? Okay, great question. Now, I don't even need to screen for this one. I'm just going to talk on this one. Press a mic check if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Heka Kepra said he definitely enjoyed that. Kamit says Tehuti is a bad man. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Okay. So why is the word scholarship? Oh, Kev the Poet. Shout out to Kev the Poet. I haven't seen him in a while. Shout out to you, Kev the Poet. Peace and love. Okay. Why is scholarship used so much? Miss Nana, shout out to you. I haven't seen you in a while. I'm actually was supposed to talk to you last month. We'll do it this month. I was extremely hectic last month, but Miss Nana, we will talk this month, maybe even this Sunday. All right. Shout out to Vinny Blockage, everybody in the room. So why scholarship says so much, Nino Brown? A couple reasons, and that is because there's a good side and a bad side. So the good side is that there was so much. Oh, plug this in. It's gonna die. There was so much. What's the word? Conjecture. There's so much beliefs. There's so much ad-libbing, opus inside the conscious community that there was no separation between a belief and truth. So certain brothers and sisters decided to go to primary sources. They started calling this scholarship, which means to be schooled, to learn, to deal with more sources than opinions. So they call it scholarship. That is one of the reasons why it's used so much. On the negative side, though, scholarship is actually used more than spiritual understanding. Both should be hand in hand and both used together, because that's what the Khmetians did. So when scholarship or just scholastic information is used more than spiritual understanding, it gives way to the new Black conscious community, which is atheism. I don't know if people have noticed this, but atheism is the new move for the Black conscious community, whereas nobody in ancient times was an atheist. It's another Greek terminology, Greek concept, and it meant to be against theos. So people became so scholastic that they ignored the spiritual aspects of things. With me, I just like saying information, factual sourced information. I don't actually use the word scholarship. I don't use that. I just use primary source information. There is also a subconscious view that if you didn't go to school for a particular topic, then you're unlearned in the topic. So some people in the conscious community started asking for scholarship credentials. such as where'd you go to school, what's your PhD, what's your bachelor's, what's your doctorate, that type of scholarship, and that's nonsense. That's complete nonsense. So they're asking for that type of scholarship. In actuality, in most cases, when studying ancient spirituality, that type of scholarship has no overstanding of ancient spiritual teachings, because in the school system, when you get your PhD and doctor's degree, you're not actually trying to be a spiritual person. You're trying to be an educator of a topic. You yourself are not dedicated. Similar to Wallace E. Budge. Wallace E. Budge was great at researching, great at sourcing, knows more meta-netter than anybody in this room, including myself. He knows more meta-netter than any black man I know. But Wallace E. Budge was not trying to follow Maat. Wallace E. Budge was not trying to be spiritual. He was just scholastic information. So that's where it becomes a negative when you base your information on a school system scholarship, as opposed to, are you yourself enmeshed in the culture? Are you just studying it like an outsider with scholarship, as Europeans do in every single culture? Most of the Europeans that translate the Book of the Dead and translate the anthology literature books, they themselves are not dressed as Khmetians. They themselves are not doing any rituals. They just have scholastic information, and that information can be utilized. That information is good, but as a person actually seeking to enmesh inside of a culture, you should not base the foundation of your path on a school system or that type of scholarship. Thank you for that question, brother Nito. Actually, I'm being invited to debate a scholar coming up soon who bases information on scholarship, and look out for that. If that manifests, we'll see if that actually takes place. Okay, wonderful. All right, let's get to more. Let's get to more of the questions here. I'll see what I can handle. I know there's a lot more. Refresh this and see what else. Is this refreshed? Okay, we have what do we have here? So shout out to everybody who really who supports. Let me look back in the room. I want to give a shout out to everybody here that actually that supports. Everybody, the poet, Darius, Unk from Ammon Ra Squad is the forerunner of the. Yeah, yep. He actually invented the term, the real black atheist. Everybody, once again, go look out for my debate. The moderators can put that in the room. I believe Ahati has that on his channel. The debate between me and Unk West. That was a good debate. It was a debate on did Pharaoh Khufu build the pyramids? That was my debate with Unk West. Very good debate. Go check that out. But yeah, Unk West is that for sure. Okay. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Dominique Green and everybody in the room. The fish people been in Egypt too. Shout out to everybody in the room. I'm just giving a shout out to everybody who helps support, everybody who agrees with what I'm teaching, everybody who disagrees. All of you are in here creating the energy that is needed, the agreement, the disagreement, the learning, the structure, everything. I am open for anyone who wants to become a student, as I am open for anyone who wants to have any kind of open discussion or debate. For those who disagree, I'm open. It's all about education. And if you'd like to set up a debate or a conversation directly with me, send a Cash App, send a PayPal so I can read about it, and then I'll invite you into the room. Most people that disagree with what I say, which I do see a couple in the room that disagree with what I teach, they actually don't say anything specific that I say that's wrong. They just say, hey, that's a craziness. Hey, that's a weirdness. Hey, that's strange. Hey, stop that. Stop this. I don't like your shoes. Your nose is too big. But nobody actually takes a quote of what I teach. Oh, here we go with this. Oh, come on, son. Nobody takes a quote of what I teach and actually dismantles it with factual information and sends that in. So shout out to all those who don't like the color of my eyes, who may think my spider is weird, who doesn't like I don't know, maybe my beard. Some people say your beard is weird. Some person said your beard is throwing me off. So shout out to all of you who think that I'm weird and strange and you don't like the spider, the snake, the beard. My left eye is bigger than my right. But and shout out to those who actually are investigating the information and actually presenting facts. Shout out to everybody. All of you are needed. I love all of you. Peace and love to all of you. Let's get into the next questions that are sent in. And that is okay. Not much left. We got what's this here? Sister with oh, who is this? Next person is let's see what. Oh, Sekhmet. Very peace and love. Please break down Sekhmet was my question from last week. This okay. So Jermaine actually sent support in, and this must have been before I broke it down. But he sent in this. I'm gonna go ahead and put this on the screen. Let's go ahead and put the. I can't expand it. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and screen share this on the screen because I can't do what I regularly do because this is this new computer system is different. I got to get used to it. So let me go ahead and go give a shout out to Jermaine again. Jermaine is always giving support, and Jermaine, is the screen up? So Jermaine Hammond with the 777, and it says peace and love. Please break down Sekhmet. Was my question from last week. This is just support for the class this week. Thank you, Jermaine, and I'm glad you got your Sekhmet breakdown, and thank you for the support. Shout out to you. You are awesome, wonderful, and you definitely are consistent. Shout out to you. Okay, moving on to the next. Let's move on to the next. Vinny Blackheart says, weird to the bone. That is definitely... yes, weird to the bone. If you're not weird, then you mesh with Matrix. All right, let's get to the next one here. The next one here is question. This is from Matt McDonald, who said, for a question I asked a month ago, haven't yet. Okay, I'm not sure what the question is. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Boom. I wish the question was asked in here. That's interesting. Okay. Shout out to Matthew McDonald. I'm scrolling down. I don't see the question, but I'm going to go ahead and give you a shout out for saying there's a question that was answered from a month ago. I'd love to know what that is. For those of you who have any questions that weren't answered, please just screenshot the Cash App or PayPal that has the original question, and therefore I'll know that you actually asked that question. I'll be able to go back, because sometimes what happens, ladies and gentlemen, is a question is asked, and because the podcast is like 4 hours, I may answer it in another podcast, and then the person who asked the question isn't there, and I always ask, hey, it's such and such here, and I may go ahead and answer it, and then they miss that podcast, and then they continue to watch the other ones, and they say, hey, my question wasn't answered, but it's actually was answered in another pod class that maybe the person was too late because I'm on Pacific time, or they just missed that YouTube. So go ahead and always send me the picture of the Cash App that you sent, which has the question on it. So I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to this brother who said a question was asked a month ago. Wonderful. I'd love to see what it is. And let me go ahead and boom. So Matthew McDowell says, I asked a question a month ago, haven't heard yet. Okay. Matthew McDowell, if you could send an email with a picture of your Cash App or PayPal that has the question on it. Remember, for those who ask questions in the chat, I don't see that. Ask the question in the PayPal and in the Cash App. If I miss it, send it to me. That's proof that the question was asked and that a donation was given. I'll look back at the date and I'll see if I answered it, because if I know that I answered it, I'll actually just send you the link to the YouTube that has the answer on it, because you may have missed the answer. But shout out to Matthew McDowell. Shout out to you, my brother, for whatever that question may have been. Send it to me in a Cash App. Send the picture to me in the email. I don't see a lot of what's in the chats. Okay, next one up is let's see what's next up is that was Matthew McDowell. Who is next? Could you pass it to me? Black Alucard. Oh my. Black Alucard once again. Let me see something here. Black Alucard once again is doing it. Okay. All right. 1 second. I'm getting a message from one of the moderators about somebody named R2. I don't know what that is. I'm not sure, but I'm too busy. I don't really look at the chat, so that's the moderators to look at. So I'm not sure. I have too much things going on. But let me give a shout out to the one and only Black Alucard. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen. Brother Black Alucard. Screen share. Black Alucard is awesome. Again, share entire screen. Allow. And here is Black Alucard. Clap. I don't have the sound effects on this computer yet. On the YouTube, I gotta go. And shout out to Black Alucard, who just for $40, he said, thanks for the knowledge. Black Alucard, actually, we're meaning to talk because your supplements came in, and I'm free this Sunday. Contact me. I got a couple people from the Podclass that I want to talk to. You're one of them, and I could just basically walk you through the supplements, when to take them again, and get you on your diet program. Shout out to Black Alucard. You are awesome again, my good brother. Shout out to you. Okay, awesome. Okay, what is next? There's a couple more, and then we're gonna actually close out. Hey, Vinny Black Lodge. send some support. Okay, Vinny. Vinny's been in here ever since the podcast started. Vinny from I just figured out that Vinny was the same Vinny from the Killer Priest show. All this in the beginning, I didn't know that was the same man, and he's on the Killer Priest show, and he actually books a lot of the important guests. So tune into that, check him out, check out the Killer Priest Podcraft and the people that he books. Some very good people. Vinny books, and now he's here in this pod class, and he has sent some support. So let me go ahead and put this up here. Share screen, entire screen. Shout out to Vinny Black Lodge. He sent $12. Sacred number 12 again. Vinny knows what the number 12 is about. I like how you all send me donations with numbers that are things that I've taught on. We got the number 12 here. 12. He says, "Thank you all." Yeah, I like that. He's thanking the moderators. He's thanking me, Ahati, and thanking everybody. Coming from Vinny Black Lodge, who says, "Thank you all." Thank you, Vinny Black Lodge, for that support. You are excellent again, man. Thank you for the support. And thank you for we stop screen here. Thank you for your support, Vinny. And he says, "Thanks to Tehuti and the Queens." Thank you, Vinny, for the support. And I did see that you got Vinny sent me a question, and I did see you got the answer to that question about the cats in the tree. Shout out to that. That was a good question. I liked it. So KP the poet says, "We need Tehuti back on the KP Podcraft, but I love the comedic focus here." A lot of people are requesting for me to be back on the Killer Priest show, and that was an awesome time. We had great times. The viewership went up, the subscribers went up. A lot happened. The debaters came. A lot happened since I went on the Killer Priest show, and the vibration frequency changed, and it was a great time. But yes, that's up to the brother Killer Priest. The last time he was asked about it in his chat room, he said that his schedule has been very busy. So it is his show, and it's up to him to that's on Killer Priest. So shout out to Killer Priest AD, everybody over there, Coach Kandaka and the whole crew over there. It was a good time. And when it's my time to return, I will be contacted when he's not busy. Said he's busy, and then we'll be rocking it again. Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next. So shout out to you, Vinny Black Lodge, and shout out to everybody, people that are here from the KP Podcraft. There's Jody. Several people in here that are from there. So shout out to KP, because being on the Killer Priest Podclass brought a lot of people here, and that's a good thing. And they go back and forth. So shout out. Okay. What is this? One moment, everybody. Ahati, can you come in here for a moment? KP says, okay. KP says, I hear you. We all got to get on his ass respectfully. Yeah, it's up to y'all. Y'all demand it, and I'm sure he'll, he had me on before you guys. He actually is the reason you all know me. So I was on the Killer Priest Podcraft before anybody there knew me, and Killer Priest told me all the time, come back, so I don't know what actually happened, but things are ebbs and flows in life. You know, things are seasonal ebbs and flows, and sometimes things make a turnaround, and that's how it works in the universe. Seasons, a season, and maybe there'll be a season back again. We'll see. All right. Ahati, are you in the room? Just for quick moments. What is this? Kamit says KP is trying to appeal to the Tamahu. Your message contradicts the Tamahu Matrix BS on his show. Well, these are good conversations to have. These are good conversations to have. Yes, before I got to the Killer Priest show, it was definitely Tamahu based. That's definitely a fact. There wasn't any before I got to the show. Yes, there wasn't any real pro-black Kemetic teachings and stuff like that. That wasn't on the show. So I definitely brought that. I think Killer Priest goes with kind of whatever's in front of him. He kind of goes with whatever. He just kind of goes with the flow. He's like the wind. He just flows with. So if people are putting themselves in front of them and they're aggressive and they're saying, "Hey, I want to get on this week." Killer Priest is a very easygoing guy, so he kind of goes with. He's just easygoing, and it's his show. So if that's his agenda on his show, he has every right to do. It's his show. Shout out to everybody in their show. Okay, let me go ahead and take a couple minute break. We're going to get to this last question, then we're going to close out the class. We're going to close it up. We have one last question here, and I'm going to go ahead and in the meantime, I'm going to play. I'm going to see if I can play a video. This is very interesting how this computer works. Okay. Boom. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna put in break. I'm still playing with the computer, everybody. I'm gonna put in a break and see if this works. Couldn't find break. So strange. Let me put it over here. Break. Because I'm gonna take a break. So I have a break videos. Here we go. Break videos. Okay, everybody, I'm going to take a couple minute break here, come back and answer the last question and close out the class. I'm going to put on some old memories. And these are some videos of me doing some instances. Okay. Akua just shout out the people in the room. Everyone woke up in London, and it's good to find you're still on live. Good to see you are still alive and healthy. Shout out to you, sister. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna take a break, and I'm gonna go ahead and do a screen share. Let me see what I'm gonna put on video file share. Maybe that will work. 1 second here. Going a little late tonight because we started late. A little late because we started late. This is strange. I don't know how this. Okay. Okay, I can't do it that way. I'm just gonna go ahead and put it on. Get this off the screen. Put it on screen share. I sure hope that's my question. It's from a topic on the KP Podcraft. Cash App sent. I don't see you here, Kameet. Hold on a second. Let me go back and refresh. I was actually wondering where you were. I know you send every week. I don't see you here. Oh. Wait a minute. Hold on. Sorry, Kameet. I do see. Hold on. I wonder how that happened. Oh, I see you, Kameet. I see you. Shout out to Kameet. I do see you here. I don't know why that wasn't there before, but I do see you here. So we actually have 2 to go through. Let me go ahead and take a little 5-minute break, and I'll be back. Okay, do this. I shall be back. Screen share. Share. Entire share. Allow. Okay, I shall be back, everybody. Kameet's back on deck. I'm actually going to put this on. I'm going to take my cam off. Put this on full screen. And here we go. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a non-believer.
So I don't think it's fun. I'm going to write down. I make a prediction. It's going to be 3 predictions though, because I have to continue to shuffle. Actually, you know what? Just touch anyone. Just touch it. I got it. This one right here?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I take a look at that. Take it.
Yeah.
Say stop.
Stop.
Put it in. Okay, good. It's in there. So, I was like, man, the 3 choices. Man, the card is the 6 of diamonds. Yeah, I was thinking like, damn, man. I was like, man, the card is the 6 of diamonds or the 8 of hearts or the Queen of clubs. Is not those?
No.
Okay, well, let's get rid of this and we'll burn this up. I don't know if this. Oh, the lighter that doesn't work.
I got another one.
That's it. Thank you. Okay, watch, look.
Hold on.
Yeah. Paper, right?
Yeah, it's paper.
Is that
Yeah, it's paper. That's paper. Yeah. That's gully. That's gully. That doesn't make no sense. Yo.
nothing, right? Nothing? Yeah. Watch. Ready? It's hard to do. Only one? Here's the guy on that. Do it again, Brad. Do it again. Watch. Hard. Thank you. You're pretty good so far, man. You're right. Nothing. Look. Nothing. Yeah, nothing. Carol the Mystic. A regular day of lunch. Chinese buffet. Get it one more time.
refresh. Oh my goodness. Is it transferred right?
Okay, check that.
What is that?
Okay, I'm back. All right. Okay, I am back. I had to take a little break there. Okay, glad to be back. I feel energized. I feel good. Wonderful. Couple of videos of some old memories of mine. Having fun with one of my managers, one of the goddesses, and that's my kind of fun, just doing random strange weirdness, as they call it. Okay, awesome. Yeah, it was some coins on my arms, and then I took one and turned it into a piece of paper. Regular day in the neighborhood. All righty, so we are back. We got two more to deal. And then we're going to close on the class, even though it's late, even though it's very late. We've actually only been on for almost 4 hours because we actually started late. Thank you all for hanging in there, and thank you all for Miss Ness has a face. Thank you all for hanging in there. Is that quail or chicken? I don't know what's happening in the room, but okay, let me get back. Kepra says amazing. Yeah, that was some fun we had there. Somebody chose a card, and I wrote down the two wrong cards, and then I lit on fire. The words of the wrong cards turned into the man's name with the cards he chose and his personal actual name in pen. That was fun. Good old days, about 12 years ago. Maybe more. Okay, let's get into it, everyone. Wonderful. Let's get into it. Press 1 if you can hear me clear. 1 if you can hear me clear. Press 1 if you can hear me clear. I want to make sure that I am heard clearly. Okay, wonderful, everybody. Mic check, checkity check. Okay, let me go ahead and check this. Check the questions here. And 1 second, everyone. I'm still getting familiar with this. Okay, let me boom. I wish that I could so strange. Okay, everybody, hold on a minute. I can't navigate the same. Okay, let me go ahead to okay, so we got Kamit. Shout out to Kamit. Shout out to Kamit. Let me go ahead and show his question, what I think is his question. I'm gonna correct something in there. Mic check. Okay, Kamit, are you still in the room? He put uno. Kamit is here. Shout out to Nathaniel Turner. Shout out to the brother that just recently got kicked out of the room, for just not being able to control himself and not just challenging me to a specific fact, but attacking, saying strange things. He got removed from the room. So shout out to you, and I hope you're doing better wherever you are now. Maybe in the drama rooms. Enjoy yourself. All right, so let's go to Kamit here. I'm gonna go ahead and do a screen share. And Kamit, I'm gonna let me see. No. That's it. Don't remember. Protection. This is the computer. Here we go. Boom. Allow. Shout out to Kamit. Here is his shout out to Kamit, first of all, for the biggest donation of the Podclass yet today. 5140. 5140. I wonder if that's one of the frequency numbers. I'm gonna check something out. But shout out to Kamit. And the questions, it says for chess Tenet in Egypt. Okay, so I think the brother is trying to say Senet. So let me go ahead and shout out to you. Thank you for that, my brother. Shout out to that, my brother. Chess Tenet. It's Senet in Egypt. And I'm going to go ahead and just show. I can't pull up my documents due to the computer that I'm on. I still have to work with it. So I'm just going to pull up a few things on the internet here and show you Queen Nefertari's tomb over here. And click on here. And here is from the tomb of Queen Nefertari. We can see what appears to look like the chess game over here. It's actually Senet, which is a lot different from chess. It looked like chess from a sideways position. The similarities between chess and Senet are simply the squares on the board and moving pieces to get off of the board. But chess is a lot actually different than Senet. I'm gonna go ahead and show a couple things here. I wish I could show my files, but I can't because of the computer that I'm on. I'll do better next week. But here's the Senet game. This is an ancient Senet game. This was a game that was played by the Metians. This image that you're seeing here is on what's called a bier. A bier is a bed that is actually set up in the shape of a lion with a sled underneath it. So you see the lion and the sled, and then on top would actually be a coffin or a man laying down or a woman laying down who's about to go through the Rostau or who's about to go through the underground tunnels to be buried. And this is called a bier. But on top of the bier, you can see the Senet game, Senet game. This game is wonderful, awesome. I actually got this game for one of my goddesses. I think it was either me that got it or a family gift. It was but we got this game. I got this game for one of my goddesses' birthdays. And this game is a wonderful game. So it is a game that's actually much different from chess. It actually to get out of the trap of not being able to escape the afterlife. So it's actually a game that is similar to the journey in the Per Em Haru, and you're in competition with the other person to see who can get off the board first. And there are sticks that you play. You play it with sticks that are like a form of dice, and depending on the sticks that are rolled or based on the moves that you can make. And it is a wonderful game. You can actually get this game from game shops. I believe they have it on Amazon, and it's all a game about getting out of the afterlife, out of the death world, and escaping off the board, which is symbolic of your Ba, getting off of the out of the afterlife. And you have certain pieces on the board, and whoever gets most of their pieces off the board and into the eternal life, which is off the board, you win the game. And it's called Sekhmet. This is also, for some further information, also the game that is associated with Tehuti and Kanzu. So you have a story of Tehuti playing a game of Sekhmet, which was called, they called in English, droughts. They played a game of Sekhmet, and based on that game, when Tehuti won, he actually was able to win 5 extra days to add it to the 360-day year, which made it 365 days. And then he multiplied 72 by that number and got 25,920 years, which ended up being the number of the precession, which is the number of the complete cycle that the 23-degree axis makes from the bottom of the earth up into the sky, into the 12 real astronomical houses. And this was all based on a game of Sekhmet. So this game was very important to the Khmetians. It's fun. Me and my family actually play it in our homes here, and it's a great game. I play it with my son individually, and I play it with the whole family, and it's a wonderful game. It's called Sekhmet. I'll show you some more images of it. I don't have my file, so here's another image of the game, Sekhmet, and this is showing symbolic animals playing it, and it's a great game. Here's another image of it. This is another beautiful image of it, and I would suggest to go get the game and play it with your family and educate your family on aspects of the afterlife, because there's actual symbols on the game, such as water, such as ankhs, and symbols that you have to know about to see why they send you to other parts of the board. There's Merunetter on the board. Even when you order it from Amazon, you're actually playing a Merunetter game. It is a great game. I'm going to leave it as that. It's let me take it off of the screen share here. Stop screen. I actually have some more on it, but it's in my files that I can't play on this computer. But I would suggest, Kamichi, you order that for your family. Play the game, get yourself a Per Em Haru, and so you can understand the concept of the walk in the afterlife to escape into immortal life, and then you'll get a better feel of the game. So yeah, I would say precursor. There's other games that are also precursors to chess, because of the way that it's set up with the squares and making the moves. But it is an awesome game, and yes, it was there with the Khmetians prior to anyone having chess or any kind of board game with squares that was actually played, and it was a very important game that once again emphasized the importance the Khmetians had on the afterlife. Okay, so thank you for that. Thank you for that donation, Kamit. Thank you for the question. And actually, when I come back next week, I may add a little bit more on the chess aspect. Maybe I'll be on a better computer that I can add a little bit more as far as the chess source of it, because there's another game that is actually more similar to chess, but it's not Sekhmet, we'll get into that when I can get on the better computer. But thank you, my brother, for asking that question and just sending support. I know you send support regardless. A lot of people try to hate and they say, hey, you have to send $50 to ask a question. No, the brother would have sent $50 even for this class, even if it wasn't even a question. The money that's sent is for support. The question is additional because there's no price on a question. It's just how much the people feel they want to support the Tehuti Podclass and what I do. And then in there, they can ask a question. There's no number on it. Kamit is just extremely generous and extremely appreciative of the knowledge. Some of the classes, I've not even answered his question, and he said, due to all the stuff you broke down in class, don't even worry about it. So he's just an avid supporter. Okay, so shout out to him for that. He's always supporting, and I will always support him in his quest for knowledge, and his raising of his. He's also a good family man, and so this information is for him and his the little ones that he's going to raise up to. They're going to be gods, there. So it's a family thing. Kamit is just very appreciative of the knowledge because you really can't get this anywhere else like this. That's what people say. So thank you, Kamit. We're going to get on to the next one. The last one of the night before I close up is from Africa. What is this here saying? Africa, are you in the room? I don't know if it's pretty late right here, so this is the latest a podcast ever really been. I'm gonna go ahead and put the screen share. Africa, are you in the room right now? Doing a check, and I'm gonna go ahead and screen share because this question was sent like over hours ago. What was this? This was sent. Oh, almost an hour ago. So let me go ahead and do a screen share, show the question. Show the question. Boom. Entire screen. It is getting late, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to close up after this. I'm actually going to answer a little bit. I don't know if the sister's here. I'm going to answer a little bit here and then answer more in detail next week when I can get to my regular computer and show better images to give the question just due respect. Let me show the screen. There it is. Shout out to Africa, who says, are giants real? Are mountains old trees? Interesting question. Sister, I don't know if you're in the room. Let me go ahead. Shout out to you for the $10 in that question. Let me go ahead and get off the screen here. Shout out to you. So I'm gonna go ahead and verbally answer, and then maybe get more into it when I get back on the regular computer. So there is what's called the Gigantopithecus bishapi, which is an Asian giant man that was found. The bones are factual, and this is a giant man compared to the size of regular men, especially the size of men in that part of Asia. You can look up the Gigantopithecus. The concept, though, of giants actually came from the biblical concept of Genesis 6, where it says there were giants in the earth in those days, and it came to pass that men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they went in unto them, and gave birth to men of renown, those with a name. That is I think that's what it says from memory from like 1993. But yeah, so in there it talks about giants. The word there actually isn't even giant. The word there is nafal, which means the fallen ones. The word giant was added into in the English, and from that concept, because it became giant in the King James Bible, this became a concept that there was some giants that were on the surface of the planet Earth that were a species of giants. There were Gigantopithecus, but there was no sign that the Gigantopithecus had the intelligence that the giants that people are actually asking me about existed. So there are giants, yes, but are there the giants that are mentioned in Genesis 6? Even in the Hebrew, it doesn't say giants. Were there ever any giants mentioned in Kemet? There was a giant creature mentioned in Kemet that I think I'm going to get to next week, but a species of giant Homo sapiens, giant men that look like me and you. No, there was no record of that. In Kemet and in Acadia, the men would draw themselves as giants, representing their superiority over people. It's one of the reasons why people bow to this day, is to lower your height to the man in front of you, and they would lower their height all the way down to kissing the ground to show superiority of height difference. So in the architecture and in the images, when the ancient Babylonians and Akkadians and Kemetians such as Ramesses would draw himself, he would depict himself as a giant, even though in his tomb he was actually kind of a pretty short man. But in the front of his temple, he's depicted as humongous. So the depiction of giants are real, but there has been no evidence thus far shown that there was a species of giants who were intelligent, not the Gigantopithecus, who would not be considered a Homo sapien intelligent man, but the description of a giants being a superior race that were once on the planet Earth. I have not seen any evidence of such. Extra short creatures, yes, absolutely. Extremely short creatures. I can get into that and show that. They're still here today. They're about the size of a gallon bottle, but that's a whole nother topic. But giant creatures, giant men, not creatures, giant creatures, yes, but giant men and women, Homo sapien, or 2 arms, 2 legs, head like us, standing upright. No, I haven't seen that. As far as mountains are concerned, mountains are a combination of some old trees. But what mountains are mainly is the Earth is composed of tectonic plates. And because the Earth is composed of tectonic plates, and because there are eruptions under the Earth surface, it causes sometimes these tectonic plates to hit each other. It causes eruptions, which actually cause the surface of the planet it can't go this way or that way. They hit and they have to go up due to the plates hitting each other, or due to a pushing up underneath the surface. Some manifest as a volcano, which is a form of a mountain. And that's why when you look at mountains, of course, you're going to see there are trees on it. They're not trees, but yes, because the dirt and the ground held the trees and held the seeds, and they all crush together and go upwards, then a part of what's forming the mountain, yes, is grass and trees, and whatever was a part of the earth at the bottom hit each other and go upwards, or are pressed up by a pressure and go upward, which does contain bioactive materials and trees and plants and things like that. But the actual mountain itself is more rock from the Earth's surface going up. That's an interesting question, though. I'd like to know where that question actually came from. But I'm gonna go ahead and leave it right there. But thank you guys for that question. Thank you all for the support. Thank you all for appreciating what I can do with the minimal equipment and new computers that I have, and answering the questions. Shout out to everybody. This has been a wonderful class. I'm going to give the last shout outs to everybody before we close. Remember, everybody, give your support to Cash App TT Moon. You can contact me directly through email at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. There's not just a Cash App, there's also a PayPal, which is at Rocky SV. I want to give a shout out to those who attend the class on a consistent basis. I want to give a shout out to those who always support. That is the AI moderator there. Follow what she says. She says support with Cash App TT and Moon. But we don't just have AI moderators. We have real life moderators. Real life moderators such as Unki M. Maat, Nani Aset Mer, Saneti Amun, and the unofficial moderator Ahati. Shout out to you all and all the help that you do to keep the room smooth, to contact me when you see things that I am not alerted by because I'm staring at the screen, sound issues and other things, helping people navigate through the room, helping people get to links. Shout out to everybody. We are the Tehuti Podclass. Our motto is ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, because we don't have any time left to play around. We have no time to play around. Opinion takes up too much time. Everybody has one, and there's no need to teach an opinion. Keep your opinions to yourself unless you openly just say, this is my opinion. If you say that, then you're free reign to say whatever you want. If you say, in my opinion, I like oranges better than apples, that's a wonderful opinion. When it comes to actual archaeological evidence and facts, we don't do opinions over here. I'm going to give a final shout out to the people that lasted this long in the room, who is our kid Infinite, who says great class. Shout out to you. We have Kev the Poet, who says, Saba Tehuti, we appreciate the knowledge and wisdom, Ma'at, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Praise Tehuti Amen Hotep Ra. We have a name here that I'm not familiar with, but I like the name, Avon Barksdale. Yes, Tehuti, peace, brother man, peace to you. We have the almighty Kepa Ra, who asks questions all the time. We have Vinny Blacklodge, who's been every class. He's up with us all night. He stays. He actually kind of looks like a vampire. He looks like kind of like a vampire. He could play the role of Dracula, but he's up with us all night to the very end. He says thanks again to Hootie. Thanks to you. Thanks to Vinny Blacklodge. For that, thank you everybody that can. Doesn't he kind of looks like I'm Dracula? I could see him. Shout out to everybody. Kamit is awesome. Kamit, man, peace of mind, prosperity to the Ma'at class. Saba Tehuti Ahati Ma'at, the moderators, great class. Peace to the buffalo. What is that about? Peace to the buffalo. The Buffalo 10? That must be, I don't know who that is. Peace to the Buffalo 10. May you aid in the awakening of the originals times 10. Shout out to you. Shout out to RPM, always in class. Here's someone I'm not familiar with, but shout out to you. I remember. Oh, yes, the Slackens. Yes. I know the Slackens. Shout out to the Slackens. Shout out to Jody. She's somewhere in here, I'm sure. I don't see her name, but Vinny Blacklodge's name is taking over the whole chat. He's everywhere. Shout out to AJ Super Mogul. Shout out to Nathaniel Turner. Shout out to the moderators, Nani Aset Mer, who says this is full of Ma'at. That's the Ma'at Torah link. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody for hanging in there. There's Jody. Shout out to Jody. Shout out to everyone for hanging in there. This man right here really motivates me to keep going with the classes and teach because he's so appreciative. Him, Kamit. There's certain guys in here that are just people that are just really appreciative, and thank you all. Master K, of course. Master K, could have a class without Master K. Master K is always in the house. Master K, where's Miss Nanny? Miss Nanny somewhere in here. Oh, where's Hybrid? Hybrid, Darius, everybody in here. Shout out to you. There's Hybrid. Hybrid is awesome. And Kinetic Energy, wherever you are awesome. I saw you giving me praise. I saw you promoting the Tehuti. I saw you promoting the Tehuti Podclass in Sonnetter. Shout out to Maat, which is on the shirt. Maat, balance, prosperity, and everything else. Shout out to all of you. Shout out to everybody. Anybody that I missed here? There's so many people here. I can't shout out everybody. Shout out to Jody who said why leave? Did somebody leave, Jody? I'm not sure. Let's see. Why leave? Maybe it's an old message. I'm scrolling up so I don't follow the chats. I don't know. But Jesus. Somebody in here named Jesus? Shout out to you, Jesus. I just saw a name Jesus in here. Jesus Marquez. Jesus Marquez. Maybe he's okay, maybe it's some Spanish. Don't worry, Tehuti people. Wilden in the comments. Shout out to you, Jesus Marquez. Shout out to Stranger who named the moderators. And shout out to this weird person, or this person who says, I'm adding that California pedophile to commit. I don't know who is the California pedophile. I'm added but that person. Shout out to you for getting kicked out of the room. And shout out to everybody that came to the Tehuti Podclass. You all are wonderful, great. Kev the Poet. Last statement is Avon. Let's request in that on the KP Podcraft, and I'll hassle Priest on IG and AD on Facebook soon. But beyond that, I'll promise I'll promote this podcast everywhere too, because Tehuti gets paid directly here. That's true. I was on the KP Podclass. I think I'm the only one too, where AD actually offered me money after my fourth time there or something. He said, "You're dropping so much information. This deserves money." He actually gave me money out of his pocket. That's the so AD actually paid me out of his pocket because he was so impressed with my knowledge. I've never seen AD pay any of the guests. So shout out to AD. He paid me one day out of his wallet. Shout out to that. So shout out to everybody. We're gonna end off with the affirmation here. Where is Nakas's? Is he grabbable? So here's the affirmation here, and we're gonna end off with Anki Amat, Un MS, Nin Tet Aset Amat, Min Habapet Amat, Her Enhukiwi Per Ikut. I live for Maat, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness, and I come forth as conscious light. Let me move this thing from the bottom so everybody can actually see what it says fully. Thank you. So Anki Maat, Un MS, Ni Tet Aset and Mayat, Min Habapet and Mayat, Her and Hukiwi Per Ikut. I live from Maat, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is the affirmation, everybody. I appreciate everybody for coming to the class, sticking with the class. Shout out to the moderators. Shout out to Neith on the hat. My other spider, Charlotte, she is actually shedding, so she'll probably come on the podcast next week. And shout out to yeah, she'll be bigger too. Shout out to Nakash, one of my most beautiful Honduran hypomelanated Snakes, shout out to you. Isn't he beautiful? He's wonderful. Okay, everybody. Peace and love. That ends another Tehuti Podclass. Oh, here's Atum. Shout out to Atum right at the very end. AD, a good good one. Shout out to Atum. I didn't see you until now. Shout out to Cash Peden. Cash Peden just woke up. Cash Peden, time to replay. Okay, Cash Peden, and I saw your question in, and get it in next week. We'll talk about that. I never seen that as a question, Cash Peden, that you cash at me, but maybe that was in the room, or maybe you sent the cash I put in the room. But that's a good question there about the Native American and Maat. I did actually answer that. Maybe you missed that, but I did actually answer that question. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. Nania Setmura says the Kosh looks great. Peace and love, everyone. You all are awesome. We are about to end another Tehuti Podclass. See you all next week. Same time. Friday. Spread the word. Bring more people here. Let them know about the Tehuti Pod class. Peace and love.